Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. How are you? My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. I'm fully hydrated. If you were concerned about it, I know some of you were. I'm bombarded with email questions from people. Alan, are you drinking enough water? Indeed, I am. I'm back on the Lemon Perfect, by the way, which I'm just guzzling this stuff like there's no tomorrow, because someday there won't be. Hey, but I'm not alone. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a Lemon Perfect with the boys.
I'll bring some for the crew. Mary Santora is back
Hi, guys. What up?
from her sabbatical in Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
He is also very tan, I assume. I don't know. I never see him. Nevertheless,
It's just my skin.
he's back there, and he's...
see him
what?
You can see him on the live stream there.
That's him?
That's what he looks like.
Oh, boy. Okay, listen, if you would like to join us, we would love to have you. The guy I remember, though, is chubbier. This guy looks fit.
Spelt.
He
Look at the way those
looks...
shoulders are popping out of that.
He looks lithe. He's got traps.
I might wear this little outfit, this little number to the... Well, that's if I go to the Clevelander for St. Patrick's Day. But it's green, so I figure I don't have many green outfits. Green shirts.
Yeah. Here I bought a new T-shirt for St. Patrick's Day, Bill, because we're going to be down there at the Clevelander. It's very, very exciting for
I also
St.
got
Patty's Day.
A new T-shirt. For
Yeah?
St. Patrick's Day. Yes.
It's a good day to get a brand new T-shirt, I think.
Does it say, I wish I was drinking? Or some fun
Mary, as an
pun like
Irish
that?
person, I feel compelled to not make fun of my countrymen and women.
I'm just saying
And
they make
so-
T-shirts like that.
Yeah, they do.
They do not.
I've seen one or
There's
two.
no way.
That
One
would
or
fall
two.
Make anything.
squarely into the novelty T-shirt category. And who knows? Hey, if you'd like to join us, please do. 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. If you want to text, 35192. RC has already checked in from Marshall, Michigan. And, of course, if you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave us messages there. For some reason, they're having all kinds of issues with the after hours line. So those of you who have been leaving voicemails, I haven't gotten any of them for a better part of a week and a half. So
It means no Jenna.
well, it means no Jenna, yeah. But listen, even if she can't quit me, I will take a break from her occasionally. Mary was in Hawaii last week. Now, I have to assume, because you went with your sisters, that it was a week full of memories made, and it was smooth as silk.
You could,
And there wasn't a cross word spoken among you, and it couldn't have gone better. A trip of a lifetime. Tell me, I assume I'm correct.
It was
and we can move on.
No, it was a trip. The best part of the trip was that we were in Hawaii. That is the nicest thing I can
imagine
say.
that would be the case.
It was.
That's the nicest part of any trip to Hawaii.
Yeah.
You're in Hawaii.
Yeah, I mean, it was top to bottom kind of a disaster.
Good
to be
pun.
honest
How
with
did the
you.
butthole photo shoot go?
Great. We did. We went and did a sunset photo shoot for my sister, who has the OnlyFans. It was like not a private beach, but a more secluded beach. But there were still people there, like families and stuff. But she was in like a lingerie piece.
Did you have to
she
light
wasn't,
her?
She wasn't nude. No, we just did the sunset lighting, whatever. She wasn't nude. She had on like a are they called teddies? Is that an old people term?
Like little camisoles or whatever.
A lacy one-piece type, very revealing
like
thing.
a baby doll thing.
Kind of, yeah. So she wasn't like fully nude or anything, but she was rolling around in the sand, and I was taking pictures of her and stuff. And
so you didn't have to. She wasn't like you weren't zooming in on the hole. Or
No.
I thought that was how it had been presented to you.
I think she was joking because when we got there, she's like, "Nah, just lingerie pics, stuff for her her
nothing
feed."
wrong with that.
Yeah, and so it wasn't as revealing as I was worried it would be. But we got there, and last time we went, we stayed with my sister's friend, and we were all drinking and smoking weed and partying and stuff, and so we stayed with the same friend again this time, and I don't know if it's because I'm sober now or what, but when we got there, the place was a nightmare. Like, her friend failed to mention that she had just gotten out of rehab, so she hadn't been home in 3 months and was in rehab for alcoholism. So her place was a disaster. Like, it was not kept. It was filthy dirty. There were people in and out all the time that we didn't know.
This is the place you were staying.
Yeah. She was like, yeah, that's so-and-so that I met at the Aloha House. And I'm like, bro, like, you could have just as easily said, hey, I'm not really in a place to host people right now. But she didn't. She had mold in her sink and the shower, and like the coffee maker was full of mold, and the dishes was full of, or the sink was full of dirty dishes. One day,
this is where you were staying the whole time?
This is where we were staying from Monday to Thursday morning.
So like the whole time?
So half the time, yeah. The one day, some guy just walks in and starts cooking. And we were like, hi. And she goes, oh, that's Billy. He cooks here sometimes.
I love it. This is a full-on Hawaiian junkie experience.
Yes, pretty much. And I was like, okay, so what you're saying is this person is homeless and does not have access to a stove. So you let him come here to cook sometimes. She goes, yeah, he'll sleep outside on the lanai as a patio. He'll sleep outside on the lanai sometimes too. And I'm just like, how is anybody okay with this? And the place was
She'll let him cook, but make him sleep outside?
He doesn't cook for her. He cooks for him.
But she still lets him in to use her stove.
Yeah, but he sleeps outside or on the couch or whatever.
Well, that's nice.
So it was not a comfortable stay, to
Sleep
say
with
the
one eye
least.
open in case Billy comes in.
In case anybody comes
looking
in.
for more than a quick cook.
She left her door wide open all the time, no screen or anything.
How did you know this girl?
So my sister went to, they worked together at Cedar Point back in like the 90s. So they've known each other for 30 years. They've been friends forever. And I was like, I don't remember it being this bad the last time we were here, but I was also drunk and high the whole time. So,
oh, yeah, right. You were seeing this with clear eyes. It was probably exactly the same as when you were there last time.
Well, there were no strangers last time.
Oh.
I know that.
Well,
But,
no, Mary, because when you're drunk and high, everybody's a friend, man.
Hey, we're
There's no
hanging
strangers. I never met a stranger, man.
But so that was really, I got actually very upset and triggered, which I did not expect. Like by the second full day there, because it rained 2 days that we were supposed to be staying at this house, so we couldn't really go out and do anything. So
But your sister didn't know that she had been in rehab for 4 months?
No, she didn't tell her. Or she said she didn't know. She didn't know that she had just gotten back from rehab. So, and by the way, this chick has no job. So she was waking up and drinking, doing shots of vodka in the morning.
Coming out of rehab.
Coming out of rehab. Rehab didn't work. No. But I told my sisters, I was like,
so
hey.
nobody in your family asks follow-up questions is what you're saying?
Correct.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
I told my sisters, I was like, hey guys, I'm having a real hard time being here because like it was very reminiscent of my garden apartment, my basement apartment where everything was just out of order and an absolute disaster and waking up drinking to strangers at your house like it's no big deal. And so I was not having an easy time to begin with. And then on my sister's birthday, which was Tuesday, she like things that I can't obviously disclose on air. I'm not going to put her personal business out there, but she's going through some stuff. We all went out and had fun. She was drunk and kind of talking to us. So we talked about her issues on Tuesday night.
Oh.
And then
This is
the perfect time to have a candid family conversation.
Yeah, a candid family conversation at the rehab
which sister
house.
was it?
My older sister.
Older sister, okay.
So she's going through some things. We talked to her. And then Wednesday morning, she woke up still upset. So we talked to her pretty much all day Wednesday, trying to comfort her, trying to like get her in the right mindset to be on vacation all day Wednesday. And then same issues Thursday. And I'm like, hey man, you can't monopolize everybody's time. Like we're on vacation, you know? And then she started to get really snippy with everybody and started to pick fights and was in a bad mood. And by the time Thursday...
Sounds like a great time.
Dude, by the time...
sounds like such a fun time.
Thursday, we checked into, so I treated my sisters. I was like, hey, we're going to do this up right for the last 3 days. I got us a 4.5-star resort. Gorgeous, like perfect. Infinity pool overlooking the ocean. All the amenities you could ever ask for, right? Thursday, we're checking in to this amazing, beautiful hotel. And my older sister couldn't even enjoy it because she was so wrapped up in her own BS. And she's like ruining this experience.
How long, on average, do you think the Santora sisters can spend safely?
2 days.
2 days. Okay. That's the max.
I would say before people start bickering or things start happening.
Okay. 48 hours.
So this is day 4. And so she's making it all about her. She's like, I'm like, how are you even upset? And again, I'm not going to say the issue.
This is such a
Hawaii.
privileged.
And that's what I was
tantrum.
saying. I was like, dude, look around you. Look at this resort that we're at right now. And this is what you're choosing to focus on. I got so mad because we had like a half hour before our room was ready. So they're like, oh, go enjoy the resort, walk around, get acquainted. I got so mad I had to leave. I had to leave the situation. I came back up to the room, unpacked my stuff, and then went down back to the pool. I was like, I'm going to go swimming by myself for an hour, figure it out. Come back up. Now the other two are drinking. And they're still talking about the same thing. I had taken a shower. I had been gone like 2 hours. And I was like, are we seriously still talking about this? And then I freaking blew up on my sister, dude. And I know we have to go to a break, but I lost my mind. Like, I screamed at someone. Like, I have never screamed at anybody like that sober. And I've maybe screamed at someone like that 3 or 4 times.
So maybe you lost your voice while doing it.
I got a cold. And those stupid bitches had a cold when they came. So they were sick the first 3 days that we were in the dirty house. And then when we get to the 4.5-star resort, now I'm sick. But
it's Hawaii. The air's so dewy, sweet, you don't even have to lick the stamps.
Dude, I lost it. Lost my cool because it was 3 days of us talking about the exact same thing. And every activity we tried to do was burdened by this.
You know why, Mary?
What?
Because, in the case of your sister, you can go somewhere else. But you know what? You can never leave yourself behind.
I see that.
You will always be there. You may run from your problems. Can't run from yourself.
Did she fix it?
Well, no, I have another part of the story that I have to tell when we come back. And I promise after that there won't be much more vacation talk. I don't want to burden it with, but the next part is very funny. After the screaming, it gets funny.
I mean, this part was hilarious. So
Well,
you got to top
guys,
this.
yeah.
Yes, of course. You got to top this.
Hilarious, yeah.
Yes, it was objectively hilarious.
Yeah.
Went to Hawaii and everybody just argued and there was junkies walking around. And
Clampets go to Maui.
oh, it's fantastic. It's like Bridget Fonda, De Niro, and Jackie Brown.
Dude.
All right, I got a break. You are right about that. If you want to send a text, 35192. I'll see those there. And we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio.
things even easier. We'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios.
This is The Buzzard.
Serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
As soon as I can learn how to run a computer, I am starting an online petition to have Alan Cox taken off the air. So help me God, I'm having him taken off the air.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. Cavs over the Celtics last night in overtime.
Yeah.
It was a good win. The fourth quarter rally. 118-114 is the final over the Boston Celtics.
Was hoping it would have been a little bit of an easier win considering Jason Tatum was out. But hey, a win's a win. So I'll take it. And it was a very exciting game. I went to the screening of the new Scream movie yesterday, which was very fun.
Scream 6.
And it was a very fun movie. If you like Scream movies, go see it. It's a good time. And then as soon as I got out, I turned on the game on the radio and I'm listening, and they're down by like 10. And then as I'm driving home, they get even with them, and I pull into my garage, and the game ends. It's tied, so I run upstairs, watch the end of it on overtime. What a great Monday. It was a good Monday. I got to see
Took in a movie.
Yeah, got to see a movie before anybody else, and then I got to also see a Cavs win.
Were there any good screams in the movie?
Oh, there's some good screams.
Yeah.
We can't talk about anything really other than what we thought of it. Like we say we liked it or didn't. But I will say that it is probably the goriest Scream movie I've seen.
Well,
it's the goriest one.
You got to make the kids happy, right?
Yeah.
It's a Gen Z Jason Takes Manhattan.
Yep.
With Courtney Cox.
Hey.
Yeah.
So, back to Santora family disaster in Hawaii last week.
Yes.
Mary and her sisters in squalor. Squalor in Paradise is what we're going to call.
Yes. That's a great title for
the segment. Before they moved into their 4-star resort, they were staying with some island junkies.
Essentially, yeah. So we're at that place. I'm stressed out. My sister's getting on my nerves. She's, what's the word I'm looking for? We're ruminating in negativity, and we're trying to help her out. We're trying to, build her up. And then Thursday comes. We have a half hour still happening.
This is just what you want to do on vacation.
Correct. Yeah. In Hawaii. We took a 12-hour flight to get there. So I drove through the night home from Chicago. I had no sleep to get us there.
And you paid for it.
And I paid for it. I paid for everything.
No good deed goes unpunished.
We get to the hotel Thursday. I finally snap. I had just gotten out of the shower, so I took a time to go swim, calm down, take a shower, put on the fancy hotel robe. I'm having myself one of my little fake beers. I go out we had a balcony that overlooked the ocean. Absolutely beautiful. I walk out there.
All three of you in the same room.
All three of us in the same room, double queen, so we had 2 beds between 3 of us. Walk out on the balcony. Those two are still talking about the same thing we've been talking about for 3 days. I get to the point where I snap. I scream like I haven't screamed in years. And then I stormed out of the room. I was so mad that I left the room that I paid for.
What floor were you on?
The 7th floor.
I was going to say it would have been a sweet move to just
jump off the balcony.
Off the balcony, yeah.
Right.
Just base jump off the balcony.
7th floor. Now, that's actually important because I was so mad and so worked up, I didn't even have the patience to wait for the elevator. So I stormed down 7 flights of stairs. That's how aggravated I was. So I'm aimlessly kind of just wandering around aggravated because I don't really have anywhere to go, right? It's not like I'm going to go to the bar and drink. It's nothing like that. So I'm walking around. I'm going over the conversation in my head. I'm fuming, coming up with things I should have said that I didn't, playing it out in my head. And it wasn't until I passed this one guy who was hammered. He's sitting alone on at an empty pool on a pool chair. And he looks at me and he goes, "Now that's a vacation," like that. And I realized that I am in a robe, barefoot, with a beer bottle in my hand. My hair is wet. Like, I have no makeup on. I have very clearly just gotten out of the shower.
You stormed off.
I stormed off. I didn't take anything with me. So I'm like, what are these other people at this resort thinking my story is right now? Because I am, like I said, in a row, barefoot, wet hair, no makeup, a beer in my hand, very clearly angry.
You're on vacation in Hawaii.
Right.
There's probably one of those people every 15 feet.
So I was like, so when he said that, it kind of snapped me out of my anger, and I looked at the situation from an outsider's point of view, and I just started laughing. I just started laughing out loud because I was like, people probably think I'm like off looking for my unfaithful husband or something. Like I'm like scouring the grounds looking for the man who wronged me or something like that. And it made me laugh. It made me laugh really hard because I'm like, I look insane. I look crazy right now. And then I started to look around. Not one other person in a robe. No one else is wearing their robe outside of their room. Very clearly, they're in clothes because they afford clothes. This is $1,000 a night hotel, you know? So people are like all dressed up for dinner. And
Maybe you get it started, though. Maybe you could become the trendsetter with just wearing the robe around the hotel.
Dude, it was really comfortable.
You become robe lady.
That's fine with me, robe mayor.
$1,000 a night hotel.
It was perfect. It was beautiful, and I don't regret it at all. So I start laughing, thinking about the situation, and then I was like, you know what? I'm going to go to the bar. I'm going to have a little snack. I'm going to have a fake tiki drink. I basically drank juice for an entire week. And I didn't have anything on me. I didn't have my ID. I didn't have a credit card. I didn't have anything to prove that I was the person I was saying I was. And this guy, my eyes are red from crying. I go to order like a fake pina colada, a virgin pina colada, to charge it to my room. And the guy goes, do you have your ID so I can match the room? I was like, no, I left everything up in the room. I kind of left in a hurry. And I'm like, he's like, yeah, I can't do it unless you have an ID, if you have a credit card or even Apple Pay. I'm like, I don't have my phone. I literally left with nothing. I'm like, so he probably thinks I'm either mad or whatever, trying to get back at somebody. I couldn't figure out why he would not give me this virgin pina colada. Right, but then...
But you are wearing... She is wearing a hotel robe.
That's my other thing. Where do you think I got the robe from? I didn't come in off the beach, you know?
But you could have been hooked up with some dude and then came...
yeah. Like I'm not actually
stealing the
there.
robe.
Okay.
Yep, trying to scam free virgin pina
Yeah,
coladas.
it's not like I'm ordering...
$4 of juice.
Those VPCs, boy, you can suck them down.
I'm not ordering like top shelf $100 tequila or anything. So I finally... go back up to my room. It's completely dark. And I was like, oh, okay, that's fine. I grab my wallet. I go downstairs. There's multiple bars. I go to the other bar, and my younger sister is sitting down there at the other bar. I was like, oh, hey, what's up? She goes, I was wondering where you went. She's like, you didn't take anything with you. Where did you think you were going to go? And I was like, dude, I don't know. I'm just going to walk into the ocean, and nobody knows. So me and her sitting there, we're kind of talking about it. And
it's like a White Lotus situation.
Dude, it was
Somebody's
a
going to
mess.
end up face down in the ocean.
No, nobody died. But her and I are kind of talking about it and joking around. And then the guy comes up and I ordered some virgin drink. And he kind of looked at me up and down. He goes, you having a night? I was like, yeah, dude, you can say that. I'm having a night. But then he didn't ask for any type of ID or anything when I said I wanted to charge it to my room. So
Same
that's
guy?
why I was, no, different bar.
Different guy.
Well, different place. Take things different.
Yeah. Well, who
But
knows?
just the thought of me.
Is it that weird, though, to be walking around in your robe in Hawaii?
Not one other person was wearing it.
Huh.
Also,
well,
it was
no,
night.
I was going to say.
And it was nighttime.
Nighttime. No, I understand. But I mean, if it were.
Because they have a spa there.
Yeah, all right.
People get massages and
I don't
stuff.
think I would have looked at you like you were a crazy person. You're just comfy.
Yeah,
Like maybe you have a bathing suit underneath.
I did not.
You've just come in from the ocean, but they
Were you
don't know
naked
that.
underneath?
I was naked. I had just gotten out of the shower.
Oh, well, that's what it was. You were sitting there crossing your legs like Sharon Stone.
Just had a nipple out.
Yeah.
Ma'am, we
Are you
can't
having
get
a
you.
night, ma'am?
You having a night?
Uh-huh.
But yeah, after that.
That's why you got the free drink the second time.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Ma'am, all the ficuses are dying. Could you
free
please
juice.
close your robe?
Little areola gets you a free drink.
Yeah. But after that, it was obviously very awkward the next day. We didn't
Areola.
talk much. And then she kind of
Hey, problem solved.
apologized. Yeah, she apologized and I accepted and everything was cool. And then the day we were leaving, I asked her to be in the room by 11. She came up at 11:40, drunk, talking about how she was hanging out with some old lady named Doris, 11:40 a.m. How she had talked to some old lady named Doris and like, well, great, now we're all behind schedule. So
What a
then,
great old lady name, though.
Doris, right?
If you're going to
yeah.
get drunk with a Doris. She probably owns a dive bar back on the mainland, you know?
She, so we get in the car, we're packing up. My younger sister had already packed the car, pulled her around, and was waiting. And then we get into the car and everybody's snippy. Another big blow up. This time she tells me to F off. Forget you. Why'd you bring me here? I never wanted to come in the first place. All this stuff.
Wow.
And that's when I was like, good, you never have to come again. You don't ever have to worry about me inviting you to anything. And my younger sister at this point, she's had enough. She's like, will you two just stop? Like, I cannot take one more minute of this. It was so bad.
I didn't even want to come to Hawaii
Right.
in the first place. Oh, boy.
And it was for free.
Yeah.
Because I went to, I broke my gambling ban. I went to the casino in Chicago. Alan, have you been to Rivers Casino?
In Pittsburgh?
No, in Chicago.
No, that's way out there, isn't it?
Well, I was staying in Rosemont.
Oh, yeah, it's way out there. Yeah, no, I don't. I get lost in the suburbs.
It was 4 minutes from my hotel.
Oh, you gambled?
I gambled.
In Illinois?
In Illinois, because I was allowed. I'm not allowed to do it in Ohio. So I went in, I took $250 in. Does anybody want to guess how much money I walked out with? I was hitting
$10.
nonstop. I was there from midnight after my show, maybe 12:30, until almost 6 in the morning, playing slot machines.
You walked in there with $250.
$250 is what I took ready to gamble with.
You walked out with $10.
No.
No, she was hitting.
I was
you were
hitting.
hitting.
I was winning. And
$5,000.
Nope.
Less?
More.
More?
Mm-hmm.
More than $5,000?
Yeah.
On the slots?
On the slots.
$9,000.
No.
Five figures?
No, $7,300.
Wow, good for you.
So I turned $250 into $7,300. And so I text my sisters a picture of all the money, and I was like, hey, vacation's on me. Like, don't worry about spending $1. You guys, I'll give you money for souvenirs. Like, and so I did. I took care of everything. I took care of every single drink that we had. I took care of every single meal, the hotels.
The whole thing was on
everything.
you.
Everything. Because I'm like, this isn't even real money. I didn't have it 24 hours ago. Let's go have it this way. Because I also know they don't make a lot of money. So to go to Hawaii for a week, if they were to spend $1,500 on stuff, that would really put them back. You know? So I'm like, here, let me pay for it.
Were you playing the Gonzo's Quest slots?
I've never even heard of that.
Were you playing the Skeleton Key slots?
Never heard of that.
88 Fortunes?
Nope.
Hyper Gold Link?
Nope.
Oh.
All aboard.
Is that the most you've ever won?
That's the most I have ever won, ever, in a casino trip. And I know
Time for an unban.
I know, right? I know you guys don't believe in fate or everything happens for a reason, but I was like, kind of funny the timing that I go to the casino and win all this money right before vacation.
Well, it certainly was helpful. That's very
Yeah.
serendipitous timing. Yeah, that's great. I mean,
Yeah,
if
but
you
an
show up
unlimited bar tab for your sister might have not been the best thing.
Well, and that's also true that she drank at every single meal. But
If she was paying for some of those drinks, she might have slowed down a bit.
we might not have had as much drama, which is so really, am I helping or hurting here? But yeah, so I left half the money at home, paid for everything on vacation, so I wasn't completely irresponsible with it, you know. I put some of it away. I gave some to Brian as a I love you prize. Here you go. Thank you for dealing with me all the time. But
So you
we
kept
have to deal with you too.
But so
Where's our prize?
Wait, so for 6 hours straight, you just kept hitting?
I just kept hitting.
You
dude.
weren't losing. You weren't.
Well, I mean, you're up and down, up and down, up and down, right? So like I hit the first jackpot.
But you only spent $250.
I took $250 of my own money.
Right.
And I walked out with $7,300.
Gotcha.
So I took $250 of my money in, and I'm playing the slot machine, and then I'd like hit for $1,000, and then I'd go to a different slot machine, and I'd take that. So now I have $1,200, and then
you were switching machines.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then I'd be down to $800, and then I'd go to another machine and hit for $2,500, and then I'd go.
Sheesh.
So I was like up and down, up and down, up and down all night, and then I finally left with $7,300.
Are you going to unban yourself here in Ohio?
No, I am not, because that night I was there for 6 hours. I didn't eat, I didn't drink, I didn't sleep. I gambled through the night, and it was a conference. They say that winning is the worst thing that can happen to someone who's a gambler, because it just makes you want to go back.
He justifies it.
Oh, 100%. And I'm like, but look at all the amazing things that gambling leads to. Look at all these fun treats we can have.
Fun treats.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you hit for 6 hours, yeah.
Yeah, it was amazing. But yeah, vacation was all in all 6 out of 10.
Oh, that high.
I mean, we got to be in Hawaii. That's the other
understand.
thing, is that it's like it rained 4 of the 5 days we were there. So
Yeah, see, that sucks.
And those
It can't
were the
be
days,
6 out of 10. Between the nonstop rain and the screaming and yelling, this cannot be 6 out of 10.
Well, we got to go whale watching. So I sent you guys the video. I put it on my Instagram story of like that whale that was right
Your sister
next
was
to the
wailing
boat.
the whole time.
She was.
What's the problem?
She was.
You had
Yeah.
you had that right in the hotel room.
We did get one really good beach day where we went and laid on the beach for several hours and just kind of relaxed and enjoyed our time. We had amazing meals. The food there, obviously, it's like the freshest. We ate fish pretty much every single meal. I had the best sushi I've ever had in my life. So there were good parts to it. It wasn't nonstop fighting and arguing and bickering. That was just most of it.
Hey, sorry I missed your call. I was just calling you back to let you know that I love you. And I miss you. And that I know you're done. So when you get this, can you call me back? I love you and I miss you.
Were you worried to tell Brian that you had $7,300 that was not going toward the new deck?
No, I gave him some. I was like, go buy yourself, because he has a
Oh, look at that. She's making it rain
Yeah.
at Casa Brian. Wow, go get yourself something, a nice piece of ass.
Exactly right. Go get yourself something nice.
Mm-hmm.
No, he has a broken cymbal on his drum kit, and I told him, I gave him some money, and I was like, dude, go do something. Go buy a new cymbal or buy a new drum or do something. He put it towards his car. I was like, you are the most practical, boring person I have ever met in my entire life.
There's other cymbals. Only one car.
Right. So he's like, yeah, but I'm just going to, I'd rather pay down my car. I'm like, you have had a broken cymbal for like 2 years. Why don't you just buy a new cymbal? Well, I think the money's better spent on my car. I'm like, you suck.
Hey, listen, man, nothing wrong with pragmatism.
Right. But my sister did.
That's how you don't get into trouble.
My sister did text me today and apologize again for the second fight that we had on the way to the airport. And I was like, I accept
but
it.
who's counting, right?
Right.
You still haven't apologized for the third or the seventh one that we had.
She tried to send me money, and I was like, it's not about the money. I told you that the vacation was free. I was just mad at you. All I wanted was the apology. Like, we'll figure it out. We'll get through it. But, for right now, we're not in a good spot, if that makes sense,
Alan, that bartender probably thought Mary was a pro. You're walking around the hotel in a
like
robe.
a hooker?
Yeah.
You think that's what I looked like?
I don't know.
was
You
very
look like
clearly crying.
You're walking, like
The
a hooker.
hookers cry. Believe me, they cry.
Hookers cry a lot.
Well, that's what snapped me out of it. When that
And the
drunk
door opens
dude,
up and it's stripper Scott. They're bawling.
that drunk dude was sitting there by himself, and he looks, that's a vacation.
Hey, you look like my ex-wife.
I was like, I look like a train wreck right now. Barefoot, wandering around. Yeah, he might have thought that. That makes more sense.
Well, you got a hell of a story. A hell of a trip.
It was.
Did you have your sobriety anniversary in Hawaii?
I did, and that was another thing that made me mad. Because, so I actually felt like
Is there any part of it that was fun overall?
I felt like Bill in this situation. So, obviously, I went above and beyond. This trip was celebrating both of my sister's birthdays. My older sister turned 45 while we were there. My younger sister's birthday's in March. So I was like, okay, I got them a bottle of champagne sent up to the room with a happy birthday thing and cookies and all kinds of stuff. And then on my 4-year anniversary, nobody said anything to me. My younger sister was like...
Did they know that's what it was?
They knew. My younger sister was like, oh, hey, Mary, happy 4 years. And I was like, thanks. And then that was it.
She did say something.
But that was it.
What does she need to do?
They don't need to do anything, but I felt like
they
I
could
recognized
do something nice.
Because I remember feeling...
She bought them a free vacation to
thousands
Hawaii.
of dollars.
They could have
gotten
said,
me a
hey,
balloon or...
let's make this day about Mary.
But it was all about your sister.
And that's what made me even more mad, is that I was like, you didn't even realize that
but some
today...
people can't get out of their own way, man. That
I was like, you've made this whole trip about you, and then on the day that should be about me, it's still about you.
Right.
That's what I was so upset that I was like, are you kidding me? And you know what even rubbed it in more? Because when we were checking in, the girl at the front desk was like, oh, are you celebrating anything? Blah, blah. I told her about my sister's birthdays, and I told her about my sobriety date, and her name was Shanley, and she sent up a care package. Congratulations on 4 years of being amazing. Here's some Hawaiian treats for you.
Oh, look at that. It was macadamia nuts.
It was macadamia nuts and juices.
Macadamia nuts and some añejo tequila.
In her defense, for $1,000 a night hotel, that's the least you could do.
Right. Well, but I was like...
her sister, who didn't have to spend a dime, could have been like, you know what? We made dinner plans and everything tonight.
We want to take you out for this or whatever.
Or something. We want to make today about you for a little bit.
Yeah, special
for a little bit.
And it rubbed it in that I was like, the stranger at the front desk sent me a care package, and you couldn't even do anything.
Well, she is in the hospitality business.
I agree.
Yeah. But to your point, would have been nice.
Would have been nice. And I was going to text you, Bill, but then I still had a little bit of pride because I made fun of you so hard for crying on your birthday that I was like, I get it. That it's not that I expected them to do anything.
But you just want the people that you care about most to appreciate you sometimes. Thank you.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I will retract my previous boohoo Bill crybaby brat statements. And
That's
say
Bam
that
Bam.
Thank you. You did that in such a
understand.
kind way. I feel so much better now.
Do you feel more understood?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Because I do. I feel like I understood that. I was like, oh, okay. Bill
You
gets
feel seen now with your conversion.
Now
over
who's
to-
copying off of who? Yeah.
All right. I've got to take a break. If you'd like to text for something, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. If you are inclined to watch, that's where you do it. And wherever you are, you can listen on that iHeartRadio app.
Cleveland's biggest party. WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Basically, you just suck. I'll be honest with you.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text? You know, we're premiering a new metal show here on MMS on Saturday night. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. You'll hear me talking a lot about it because I'm very excited to do it for you. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler will be the heavy metal triumvirate around these parts. And so it'll be 2 hours every Saturday night of all things metal. Stuff we dig, stuff you dig. I get requests from people. All of the local metal bands have come out of the woodwork. You're more than welcome to send me some of your stuff. If I like it, I'll play it. It's that simple. The email address would be 2htm@wmms.com. So 2 hours to midnight with me and Corey and Pat Butler will premiere this Saturday night at 10 o'clock. And every subsequent Saturday, where we don't get cut into by, Guardians or Cavs or anything like that. So who do we have this week? Comedian Kevin Bozeman is going to be back on the show. He's in Thursday. Friday actor Michael Rappaport will be in here. Dr. Ryan Berglund returns to the show for a new installment of Is It Red? He hasn't been here since September of last year. So if you're new to the program, Ryan Berglund is a surgical urologist from the Cleveland Clinic. He's tops in his field. And he comes in occasionally to answer questions that you dudes have, or you ladies have about your dudes. Maybe something drippy going on down there. If you've joined us over the years with Dr. Berglund, you have been privy to some horrifying conversations here on the show. But just as frequently, people will talk about how they went to go see Dr. Berglund, and he practically saved their lives. I haven't seen him since he sliced my sack to get me snipped back there in November. So he'll be in on Friday. Next week, the great Tom Bergeron will join me. Ice-T is going to be on the show. And who else? Somebody's coming in next week, too, that I'm excited to talk to.
Is
President Joe Biden.
Possibly. It's our St. Patty's Day broadcast next week. It'll be next Friday at the Clevelander, starting at 10 a.m. And we hope to see you there. I'll be there. Bill will be there. Cody might be there. He's still on the fence as to whether or not it's important enough for him to be there.
Why don't you want to go?
It's not that I don't want to go. I said I've been too reliable. I just want to keep them on their toes.
What the hell does that mean?
Don't ask.
Well, we know you don't know.
We haven't gotten...
Oh, nice.
We have
if
not...
you're never reliable, they don't expect anything from you.
We have not gotten a straight answer on what that too reliable thing is.
Too reliable.
But that's who he's going with. That's what he's going with, and that's just fine. So anyway, that'll be the 17th. That'll be a lot of fun. Don't know who's going to be there from the morning show. Charlie usually comes to those things.
I heard Charlie's
Sometimes Snitz will be there.
I heard Charlie's and Snitz are locks.
Okay, I know Corey Roddick will be there. Rob, our new program director, he knows how to have a good time. He'll be there too. So anyway.
I got some pals coming out that none of you guys will know, but I'll have fun with them.
Cool story, bro.
Bill will have friends.
Yeah. Well, one of them's a very attractive woman, so that's fun for everybody.
Is it?
You don't like to look
You
at
look
attractive
at her.
women?
That's fine, yeah, but there's lots of attractive women.
Oh, but there's never too many.
Is that what it is? Does she know that's why she's coming out to hang out with you?
No,
people can ogle her?
That's not...
Or Poundcake say, oogle?
She'll
Poundcake can oogle her?
She gets oogled no matter what, but she just, wants to hang out on St. Patrick's Day.
Well, we're going to be there, and she's more than welcome to join us. It'll be a lot of fun. I think Brew Kettle is sponsoring it, so thanks to them. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, of course, you can always leave us messages there. We never know who's going to check in.
I'm a famous actor who may or may not be from the hit TV show Bosom Buddies. I just wanted to say I listen to the Alan Cox Show daily on my radio. My favorite segments are when Ghostbag calls in. I hope Poundcake realizes that all Ghostbag wants is a friend in me. Anyways, I hate the show and was hoping Alan could hit the post on Hey Jealousy by the Gin Blossom.
Oh, hey, whoever that is, 100.7 WMMS, brand new band out of Tempe, Arizona. Yeah, they're running out of water, but they're not running out of rock. Band's called the Gin Blossoms of the Buzzards.
I think if there's one band that would definitely prove they are running out of rock, it's the Gin Blossoms.
Hey, these guys are good.
I love them.
Their guitar player killed himself right when they were getting big, but Robin's a great singer, and these guys still go out. Yeah, they go out on nostalgia tours and stuff.
I've been listening to a lot of like Gin Blossoms and Collective Soul and Third Eye Blind lately. I just been in Counting Crows. A lot of this post-grunge stuff has been on repeat.
Working any Dishwalla in there?
Oh, yeah, I'll throw some Dishwalla.
All right.
I had that phase last summer. I listened to a lot of that. And whenever we rehashed Hinder, that I had a big,
so sweet.
I had like a 2-month binge of that music after that Sounds So Sweet thing that we did.
Hinder. Yeah. All right.
I don't know another song by them.
By whom?
Hinder.
They had another kind of hit. Lips of an Angel was the big one, but there was Get Stoned was their other one.
I feel like they have to close with Lips of an Angel.
They might play it twice.
They seem like the type of band. Yep.
Yeah, I think Get Stoned was like their other, and that's a layup. You do a song called Get Stoned. I mean, people are gonna dig that. But yeah, post grunge, boy, it was fine, right? there was a huge. I guess people thought there was a void there, and it had to be filled with bands like Finger 11.
I like that Almost Rock. That's like I live there.
Almost Rock.
That's my heavy.
Well, those are all rock bands. I mean, they're not hard bands. But like Collective Soul is a solid rock band.
Yeah.
Right? They got a good 35 years under their belt. Good for them. They know how to write riffs. Ed Roland's a really good songwriter. So there's plenty of things to enjoy there. Mary told me that her Chicago hot dog was trash.
Dude, I'll never understand it. I went to 2 different places, and they were both so bad.
Well, they're all going to make it the same. Chicago hot dog is just the ingredients.
No, they were completely different. The first place I went to, I absolutely should not have gone to. It was called Gene and Jude's. I don't know if you've ever been there.
Yeah, Gene and Jude's is great.
I did think it's great.
Yeah.
It is not, first of all. They don't have half the stuff that you mentioned. They didn't
it's
have
voted
tomato.
the best hot dog in the United States.
The hot dog itself was really good.
Yeah, Vienna beef.
The meat was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
The bun was wet. It was just mustard and onions, and then those sport peppers. They add a little kick. I did like that.
Well, that's not the full deal then. Why did
they didn't have it. Their deluxe was mustard, onion, pepper, and then their thing was that they put French fries on top of the hot dog.
Okay, so that's not a Chicago style dog.
But that's not how you if you had ordered. If you say just give me one with everything.
Yeah.
You get the tomatoes and the celery
No,
salt.
they didn't even have that, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Huh.
At this Gene and Jude's place, that was the place that was closest to my hotel. And their deluxe was just mustard, onions, sport peppers, and French fries on top. They didn't have the other stuff in-house.
Okay.
So I went to a second place.
Well, that's weird. Did you go Superdog?
I went to Superdog.
Yeah.
You
had to haul ass to Gene and Jude's, didn't you?
No, I was in Rosemont.
Oh, and they're in River Grove or whatever?
Yeah, it was like 10 minutes up the street from my hotel.
Yeah, okay.
Then the other place was Superdog, and they had all the fixins. They had the celery salt, the tomato, all that kind of stuff. The hot dog was way bigger, though. It was like fat. I don't know what it was. But they had the pickle on there, and I really liked the pickle hot dog combo. I was very surprised that I liked that as much as I did. But I will say, I don't think I ever have to have another Chicago dog again.
That's fair. I mean, it's not for everybody, and some people are like, why is all this crap on my hot dog? I get that.
I don't understand the hype, and I don't know if it's maybe because I didn't grow up with it, but it was just like exactly what you said. This is a hot dog with a bunch of crap on it. And it was good, but it wasn't like mind blow. Like the hot dog itself was good, but the rest of it felt unnecessary. It felt overhyped.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen, regional cuisine, people put a lot of pride in that. I enjoy them a great deal. Now, again, I don't have them all the time. So if somebody's like, hey, let's go get a Chicago hot dog, I'll go, yeah, okay. But it's not like I get one every time I'm home either.
Yeah.
But I like them.
Yeah, it was, I had it.
But you had one, and if you don't ever have one again, that's fine.
I might do it in another 5 years if I'm like, hey, let's try another place. But I drove to 2. And that Superdog place is creepy. They had like their two
that's
mascots.
part of the ambiance, Mary.
Dude, their two mascots are hot dogs, but like the girl hot dog only has on a skirt. She doesn't have on a top. The other one's like
Are you
a
complaining
Tarzan
about the
theme.
cartoon mascots at Superdog?
They were so creepy. I was looking at them. I'll post a picture.
He's
of my
in like an
Instagram story.
old-timey strongman costume.
Yes,
like
but
like a Fred Flintstone singlet.
Their eyes
Yeah.
are so creepy. Like I'll post it on my Instagram story. I got there and I was like, dude, this is
Makes
this
me
supposed
hungry
to
for a hot dog.
Right? I was like, is this supposed to be like endearing? What is the point of this? This is terrifying.
Did you get a thick malt?
I can't have dairy.
Nevertheless.
I did not have a thick malt.
You know what I liked more than the hot dog? The thick malt that put me on the toilet for the next 2 hours. All right.
I have that.
Well, there you go.
I
There's your food news. Mary didn't care for the Chicago style hot dog. But you tried it, and that's all I asked. I
Right.
was curious what you thought.
At Gene and Jude's, I got 2 because they were small and some fries. And one of them was unimpressed. And then I was driving to Superdog. And I passed a homeless guy, and I reached out. I was like, "You hungry, man?" He was like, "Yeah." And I handed it to him. It's a brown paper bag. It doesn't say anything on it.
Right.
He opened it up, looked inside, and goes, "Gene and Jude's. Can't be mad about that." Like he knew it.
See? Yeah, of
This
course.
homeless guy knew it just by the way that the food looked. And I was like, "Well, there you go. There you go, Gene and Jude's. You got the homeless vote."
Well, Superdog really kind of trades on its history a lot because it's like one of the last original,
Car hop.
yeah, car hop restaurants. Been there since like 1945 or something.
It looks
so.
like they haven't updated it.
No, they have not. No, they got a little bit of new neon there, but you're there for the food, not the ambiance. Come on. All right. Well,
You're just okay.
okay. Well, you'd be pleased to know that I think they're moving Portillo's locations into Northeast Ohio. That's a chain that for some reason people crap on, which I don't understand because it's still Chicago. It's a Chicago chain. It's still Chicago hot dogs. I don't understand why people crap on Portillo's. But they're moving them into Northeast Ohio, so you'll have plenty of locations to avoid
Well,
if they move that way.
when I was talking about my poor Chicago hot dog experience in the green room, all of the comedians and the club owner were all like, "You should go to Portillo's." Every single one of them was like, "Why are you trying these like rinky-dink places? You should have just gone to Portillo's."
Well, you were out in Rosemont, too.
Right.
I mean, if you were right downtown, there, might have been. But those are fine,
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with those. Again, they're all going to make you the same hot dog. It's just the stuff they put on it. It's not like they go, "Oh, this place is using this, and this place is using this." They're all using the same kind of hot dog. Cavaliers lose a squeaker over the Celtics last night.
What?
Sorry, win a squeaker over the Celtics last night. Overtime, 118 to 114 was the final. If you saw Grant Williams say he was going to make both of them free throws and then did not make both of them free throws with like a couple of seconds left in the game or something.
That's hella
Reflog
embarrassing.
18 on Twitter, who's a very funny sports meme connoisseur, had the immediate meme that was perfect for that, where Grant Williams says, "I'm gonna make both of these," and then it was Jason Bateman saying, "The F you are."
I love that meme. That like the Jason
Is that an
Bateman-
Arrested Development thing or something? I don't know that I've seen that.
Horrible Bosses.
Okay.
Is that what that's from?
He was in that. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because I'm pretty sure that's Horrible Bosses meme.
Okay. Well, anyway, Cavs over the Celtics. Celtics are very good, though, too. They lost to the Knicks are suddenly good. They're like right behind the Cavs. The Knicks. They won 9 in a row. So the end of the NBA season is more exciting than ever before. And all of your Cavaliers action here on WMMS.
It's from Identity Thief.
Oh, God. Who saw that? With Melissa McCarthy?
I did not. But
Jesus. I did, but it was not good.
It's got that one moment, though.
Okay.
It's all it takes now. You have a moment that can become a meme. That's all you need.
Yeah. Michael Jordan just had to cry one time
That's it.
to be enshrined in meme history.
He's got 2 of the top memes. He's got the Jordan crying meme, and then he's also got and I took that personally.
Yeah.
From the documentary.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you've been reading about Justin Turner. Justin Turner is a third baseman for the Boston Red Sox, and he took a pitch to the face. Took a fastball to the face. This is
break
in
your face.
spring training, by the way. How'd you like that? I just can't imagine anything worse than getting hurt before the season even begins.
Does he get his full money if he's out for the season?
Well,
they got
I think he's
insurance.
okay. He didn't break a jaw or anything. He got 16 stitches after this.
But what do they always tell you when you are learning to play baseball?
Put your head into the ball.
No. Keep your eye on the ball. And he took that personally.
And I took that personally.
So, yeah, he took a fastball to the face, and if you saw any of the video, it was immediately spraying blood and whatever. But he came out pretty much unscathed. I mean, for something that would freak you out if you saw it and freak you out if it was you, he just had to get a bunch of stitches. They were playing, I don't know who they were playing, but he got lit up. So
Take your base.
What's that?
Take your base.
Yeah. Matt Manning's heater right to the dome. Justin Turner's a two-time All-Star, and it sounds like he narrowly avoided becoming some kind of, I don't know, someone who needs help getting around because they've taken severe trauma to the cabeza. He used to be with the Dodgers. Pay him a lot of money to go play for the Boston Red Sox.
Do baseball players wear cups?
Some do.
Okay. I didn't know if there was a certain...
Would you?
Well, I
don't know that there's
if it was protocol, yeah.
I don't know that there's a lot of danger of getting hit in the balls with a
Probably
baseball.
the catcher.
Well,
right?
catcher's completely covered in pads,
they're
but he's crouched
squatting,
down.
Yeah.
And
But,
the ump.
huh?
And the umpire?
Does the umpire wear a cup?
Well, I'm just thinking about the people that wear the most padding.
Yep.
And that's like the umpire and I guess the pitcher.
Uh-huh.
Catcher.
Catcher. that's
Catcher,
what I'm
you
saying.
mean, yeah. Remember, Poundcake, pitching, not catching.
Right.
Some umpires, sure, will wear an athletic protector, the old jock strap.
Because I remember back in the day, when I did biddy wrestling, I didn't wear a cup. But I remember some people were like, oh, you don't wear a cup? Because some wrestlers do, some wrestlers don't. And I didn't know which ones.
I wore a cup when I wrestled, yes.
Why?
Well, because there's a lot of flailing limbs and you're trying to get somebody in a hold and it's close grappling. So I don't need you. It's a very high probability that you're going to get a knee in the nuts or something. And you're just wearing a singlet. So there's no pads at all. You're wearing headgear to cover your ears. But you're wearing a cup because other than that, you're just wearing a singlet. Yeah. So I absolutely wore a cup when I wrestled.
I don't think I had. I don't know how long I was in biddy wrestling, but I practiced a lot and I was okay. But I don't remember being in any meets. Like I don't remember.
That came when you got to college.
He had the meets.
I don't think I stayed that long. Maybe I quit because I was a big quitter back at that.
Well, at least you're honest about it.
Well, it's true. I was trying to find my thing. I did like karate. I did track.
You were trying a lot of things out.
Yeah, my mom was like adamant about me finding like an extracurricular. That's why orchestra came into play. She was like, "No, you're not doing choir. People go to choir to screw around. You're not doing band because I'm not paying for an instrument. Orchestra, you get a free instrument, and the teacher's really strict, and you might learn something." She's like, "Reading music is like learning another language," and I learned how to read music, so she was right about that. She's like, "It makes you smarter," so she made me do orchestra.
Well, that worked out. You are definitely smarter.
I know how to turn the beat around.
Yeah, you definitely do. But you didn't stick with your musical instrument either.
No, because I couldn't. I moved to a different high school, so I didn't continue it on in high school. I went to a vocational high school, so that became my extracurricular, doing a trade. So
you were only playing the instrument for the extracurricular. It wasn't that you wanted to continue learning an instrument.
I wanted to, but it was really hard because I wouldn't be able to go to my high school. I would have to drive from my vocational high school to Oberlin to take the last period of the day, which was orchestra. I wanted to stay in orchestra because orchestra went on all the trips. They would go to Italy. Like the year I left, they would.
You wanted it for the perks.
Yeah, but like I loved the teacher. Miss Thomas was like a prophet. Like she was the best teacher I think Oberlin has ever had, in my opinion. But people years back has had her, and they say the same thing. But orchestra was a lit class. Everyone in there was smart as hell, and they got to go on all the trips. So I felt smarter being around smart people.
Iron sharpens iron, buddy.
Huh?
Nothing.
Nailed it. You play the viola, yeah?
Yep.
We play legato.
Legato. You played viola legato. Yeah, there you go. That's Poundcake. It's part of his orchestral movement.
People would make fun of me because my nostrils would flare while I would play.
Yeah, I make weird faces when I play the drums.
Yeah.
Well, what's the matter with that?
I get what my ex-wife called a concentration face.
Yes, you look angry.
Yeah, very zoned in on it, and it's always made her laugh.
That's so. Brian does that too. When he plays the drums, he like tucks in his lower lip and sticks his chin in the air. And that even when he's like fake playing the drums, that's what his face immediately does. That's
He
weird.
bites his bottom lip and
He like tucks his bottom lip in and then like sticks his chin up in the air. Like I can't see you. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, and that's how like an old man. That's how he plays.
like the old guy in SpongeBob.
Yeah.
The FUR is from Ozark. Okay. Somebody says the Bateman meme. I've got to take a break.
I saw that it was from.
You might be right. I'll look at it. I'm going to break here. I'll have Weezer tickets for you. They have decided to go out on the road this summer, taking a bunch of different bands with them. They're going to bring Modest Mouse and Mama to the Cleveland stop. That is in June or July, I believe, out there at Blossom. So if you want to go see Weezer, I will have a couple tickets for you here on the way back. 35192 on a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart
Russian astronaut who found himself stuck in space. With the Soviet Union collapsing around him, he orbited the Earth for 313 days that changed the world. Listen to The Last Soviet on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
His name is Alan and he's giving stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see Weezer. They are back on the road all summer long. In the Cleveland show, you get Modest Mouse and Mama as your openers. They're taking a whole bunch of bands out. This part of the country, Modest Mouse, Mama, and Weezer. That's your lineup. Out at Blossom, Friday night, June the 16th. Tickets info, everything else at livenation.com. If you want to be caller 10, these Weezer tickets are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Don't worry, spring is hiding just around the corner. And so is Poundcake.
Let me wax your poop.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I always thought Dope Nose was an undervalued Weezer song, but I do always forget how old it is, too. I always think of Dope Nose as being that was the last couple of years ago or something. It's like a 20-year-old song. I'll have Weezer tickets for the remainder of the week. Also slide in some Kevin Hart tickets, by the way. If you're a Kevin Hart fan, he's doing Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium down in Canton in May, the Reality Check Tour. So if you dig Kevin Hart, you can go to hofvillage.com if you want to buy them, but if you want to win them, I'll have them for you. And I got Scream 6 passes for you later on. Bill saw that last night. 2 thumbs up is what he said. Did you say 2 thums up?
I did not.
You enjoyed it, though.
It was a good slasher.
Some
film.
good
It's
jump
fun.
scares.
How many thumbs?
8 thumbs.
8 thumbs up. That's pretty good, man.
No, out of 12.
Oh, right.
8 thumbs out of 12. I needed to find some other people to give their. Was this a movie squad thing or just you and a plus one?
One of the members of Movie Squad and then Pants and Tommy from my podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been doing a lot of outings. We hang out. We went there. We went to a rock show last week. We did the
Shrek Rave.
Shrek Rave, which is the latest episode of the Bill Squire Show you can check out on iHeartRadio or YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. We're having a lot of fun hanging out, the three of us, doing different stuff.
Or the 3 best friends that anybody could have from The Hangover.
Oh, is that what that's from?
No, that's from Ozark.
Oh, you're right. Wrong Jason Bateman.
Hey, if you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it. If you're outside Ohio, I like to know where the Bureau Chiefs are. Nick listens in Boulder, Colorado. Oleg is one of our Canadian Bureau Chiefs up in London, Ontario. Greg is in Collinsville, Illinois. Keith and Teresa listen in Key West. And Emily is in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Of course, we have a lot of Bureau Chiefs in the Salt Lake City area, too. And about a half an hour south of there is a town called Sandy, Utah.
Sandy?
You know Sandy, Utah?
Yeah, my brother was engaged to a girl from there for a little while. That one didn't actually work out. They called off the wedding, but I visited them there.
Mm-hmm.
I stayed with them for a couple nights when I was
And
in
what was your
high school.
what was your takeaway from Sandy, Utah?
It's nice. It's a nice little suburb, and you can see the mountains, so I like it. Utah's pretty beautiful. Like,
Utah's
really is.
gorgeous, but it's very white, very dumb. Mm-hmm. And there was a woman in Sandy who is now in a lot of trouble and has left some other people without a place to live because she set a fire in her apartment complex because she was trying to burn away the negative energy, sadness, and pain in her life. So for those of you who don't think...
Supposed to F the pain away, stupid.
Oh, man. And you
burn
burn
it.
sage.
The teachers of peaches, homie. Come on, get with the times. For those of you who think that it's a victimless crime when somebody gives credence to all this astrology nonsense, all this hokum and flim-flam, this is what can happen. A girl, ironically named Crystal, told police she was trying to burn away the negative energy, sadness, and pain in her life when she set fire to her own apartment, albeit accidentally. But it set some other apartments on fire too, rendering a number of them uninhabitable. The fire started around 3 a.m. There was a cop in the area, saw smoke coming from one of the balconies, so he runs up, and I guess it probably could have been a lot worse if there hadn't been a cop nearby, because he was able to call the fire crews and say that something hinky was going on. She said that she used a Bic lighter to ignite a tree of life, which was then placed inside a cauldron in her bedroom closet. And she had a hard time igniting the tree of life, so poured a bottle of alcohol on it to speed up the process.
I'll do it.
She was trying to burn away the negative energy in her life. She said, I wanted to burn the universe, but I didn't want to hurt anyone. Seems to be a fundamental misunderstanding of the universe, as I understand it. And again, I'm no astronomer, but I think the universe encompasses everything and everyone, all of us. So I don't know how you burn the universe, but don't hurt anybody. She said that she didn't warn any of her neighbors, but she did bang on someone's garage door. And sometimes, listen, that's all you can ask from someone when they've got a burning tree of life in a bedroom closet. But some of her neighbors were just exceedingly nice. So these people must all, maybe they've all got a lot of pain and sadness in their lives, because they were talking to one of the neighbors, and she was like, well, she must be going through some stuff. That's like what she said. You know, you got smoke damage to your house. She must really be going through some stuff. I hope she gets some help. What a nice reaction to that.
Right.
It'd be understandable for anybody to be flipping out. I got no place to live. I mean, Sandy, Utah, for God's sake. And this dummy next door is trying to burn the universe in her closet. But the lengths that people will go to try to
improve their life.
Improve their life. It really is true.
Rather than actually like doing something.
Go to
like,
therapy.
Yeah, go to therapy. Go
Well,
to
that
the
costs
gym,
money.
Eat right.
I assume these are people who might not, this didn't look like some high-end apartment complex. I mean, judging from the neighbors they were talking to, that's why I said I think all these people could kind of maybe identify where she was coming from. They don't really describe anything other than what the woman did. But all those things, they do cost money. Therapy is not inexpensive.
Right.
The one thing that like AI, I think, can help people with when it comes to like replacing doctors or whatever is AI therapy, I think is going to be a big thing and people need it.
For free?
Whatever.
You need a conversation with your mother, that kind of thing.
Right. But if they're just sending it to a chat bot or whatever, they're unbiased. They're going to
Look at it completely analytically.
They're going to get really racist and rapey real quick.
Well, they got to work out that bug. That whole
The racist bug is
racist rape
working.
bug is,
Yeah.
That's you got to adjust for that. But other than that, I mean,
chatbot,
there's so
I'm just
many
trying to burn
people.
away the negative energy in my life. Why don't you leave your wife and run away with me? You don't really love her.
There's so many people that need therapy and they just won't do it or they can't do it, and it would just be so helpful for them if they could.
Well,
and I
even
think that's the
that-
thing that's going to make it most approachable.
Still going to cost money.
Right.
I mean, the quality of care might be
Well, we got to fix that.
similar.
too.
Well,
You know,
I mean,
It's a
that's
systemic problem.
Mm-hmm.
When we were talking to my sister on vacation, trying to help her out, I mentioned her going to therapy, and she was like,
this was
basically
talking to her or screaming to her?
This is the talking part, not
Yep.
the screaming. Before the screaming.
Yep.
And she was saying basically exactly what you guys are saying. I have a 2-year-old. I don't have time. I don't have money. And so I was like, dude, you could journal. Like, just getting these feelings out of your head. So this lady's like, I want to destroy the universe. Maybe write down those thoughts and come back to them in an hour and
Right.
see if you still feel the same way. That's totally free,
There are things you
There's
can do
other
on
things you
your
can do.
own.
Go take a walk.
Go for a walk. Exercise. Like take some. Like yes, you have a 2-year-old, but you can find some form of meditation that you can do on your own that's going to help.
Right.
Listen, if the
Like you
AI
actually have to do it.
If the AI therapists are as enjoyable as the AI fans of this show that we've heard check in so far, we're in for a wild ride, Bill.
I'm a famous actor who may or may not be from the hit TV show Bosom Buddies. I just wanted to say I listen to the Alan Cox Show daily on my radio. My favorite segments are when Ghostbag calls in. I hope Poundcake realizes that all Ghostbag wants is a friend in me. Anyways, I hate the show and was hoping Alan could hit the post on Hey Jealousy by the Gin Blossoms.
I actually did some AI generated jokes one by Alan, one by Mary, and one by me. I couldn't get them to do Poundcake because, they didn't know what Poundcake was.
What do you mean they didn't
make
know?
jokes.
So I sent you yours.
Why couldn't they do him?
Because they couldn't figure out what Poundcake, like they couldn't specifically figure out Poundcake. Like Cody Brown isn't him. Like they didn't know what Poundcake was. But each of us, they were able to write a joke. Mary, I sent you yours the other day.
You want me to read it?
I'd like to,
Hold on, let me find it.
I don't see mine.
I just texted it to you right now.
Oh, you texted it.
Yeah.
So Bill said to the chat, Open AI, tell me a joke in the style of Mary Santora. Here it goes. This is only the second time I'm reading this, so I'll try to put some pizzazz on it. You ever notice how gas prices always go up right before a holiday weekend? Like, hey, you know how you're already spending a bunch of money to travel and see your family? Here's one more thing to stress about. Happy 4th of July. It's not bad.
It couldn't figure Cody out?
But because it
doesn't know what Poundcake is. Like
But it doesn't know what any of us are.
But no, we all have names that are associated with things online.
Oh, that's what it is.
We're comedians or radio, yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
And Bill and I have like albums out and things like that.
So maybe if I did the Poundcake podcast, that I'll look into that. But here's mine. I was at a party the other day and someone asked me if I want to do some karaoke. I said, sure, I'll give it a shot. So they handed me the microphone and I sang my heart out until I realized I was just holding the hairbrush.
Holding the Hairbrush is the name of the new hour from Bill Squire. Look for it on vinyl everywhere. Mary's got a new album coming out.
It comes out on Saturday. It's called Nothing Matters. And pre-sale is available now. Come get it. I'm so excited about it.
Why is it out on Saturday?
Dude, listen. Nothing in my life is easy. That's why.
Nothing matters.
Nothing matters.
Oh, yeah, that tracks.
It was supposed to come out the same day as the video, and then there were some back-end issues in that my butt is not large enough to push ticket sales. So there were back-end issues on the audio. So the audio got submitted before the video, so now things are coming out on 2 different dates. But the album drops Saturday, and it's available for pre-order now. So if you guys go to any link in my bio on Instagram or TikTok at Mary Santora Comedy, you can get that now. But yeah.
All right, Alan, tell your joke.
Oh, okay. The AI joke. In the style of Alan Cox is what this says. I'm trying to eat healthier, but it's tough. Every time I go to the grocery store, I see all these delicious-looking fruits and vegetables. And then I spot the Cheetos, and it's like, oh, there you are, my orange mistress. I wasn't aware that I had talked about Cheetos to the extent that an artificial intelligence bot could suss that out from.
That was your snack when we were still at Oak Tree.
Absolutely. Those jalapeno Cheetos. Oh, my God. I would just shoot them right into my veins.
It did.
Take all my money.
Scan all the internet and was like, oh, Cheetos. That's his thing.
But I wonder how that manifested itself online.
I don't know, because I tried to do another one by you, but it kept being the programmer, Alan Cox.
Yeah, the geek guy.
So the other ones are all. Hold on, I got some.
So my brother actually I'm looking back in our text, February 27th to our group chat, he sent that chat GPT. It said, write me a 3-paragraph essay about Cleveland comedian Mary Santora. And most of it was pretty accurate, about things I've done or places I've gone. But this middle paragraph, none of it's real. Santora's comedic talent has not gone unnoticed. She's been featured on Comedy Central's This Week at the Comedy Cellar. Not true. Sirius XM's The Bonfire with Big J. Okerson and Dan Soder. Not true.
Now Bobby Kelly.
Right. In addition to her stand-up career, Santora is also the co-host of the popular podcast, The Mary Santora Show. Doesn't exist, or at least if it does.
Yet.
I'm not the
This is
co-host
AI
of
from
it.
the future.
I
This
like
is
that you're the
Skynet.
co-host of your own show.
I'm the co-host of the Mary Santora Show. And then it says where she discusses a range of topics from pop culture to personal stories. She's also been a guest on several other podcasts. But I'm like, literally, that entire paragraph is incorrect. I've
Listen,
never
I
done
don't want to
any of that.
sound like the old guy in the room, even though I am. Do you know how long and hard I had to work to become the main host of the Alan Cox Show? I languished as co-host for many, many years. But with dedication and a can-do attitude, it all came together.
Hi, I'm Tom Reynolds, the host of the Alan Cox Show. Like, what did we make?
Tom Reynolds. Oh, the day that TR and I split up was a dark day.
You got bumped up to chair one, buddy.
Yeah, it was a dark day. That's right. He hanged himself, and I said, all right, well, this is my shot. So
Finally, I get to be the co-host.
Yes, out of
From
grief
co-host.
comes something amazing. All right, well, there you go. I was talking to my son last night. He does computer engineering in Michigan State, and he's looking at working for financial tech companies and things like that. And I was like, he was talking about ChatGPT and how it's really, really kind of changing the way everybody is doing things, not only like in school, but beyond that. And I'm like, I haven't even been able to dick around with this thing yet. Every time I go to that ChatGPT, it says it's at capacity. I've gone like a handful of times.
It's just a website?
Yeah, I haven't been able to like even dick around on it yet.
I haven't
because
tried it.
I was doing it.
They're like,
the other night.
everybody's on it.
I think Sunday night I was doing it.
Oh. Well,
Is this
there you
going to
go.
put something on your like computer that you don't want on there?
You mean like TikTok, Chinese malware?
No, it's literally
Yeah.
just a website.
Verify you are human. Why do I have to verify I'm a human? You're not a human.
All right, I'm in. What do you want to?
Make it a Poundcake.
All right, let's
tell
try.
us
Let's try.
Tell us a joke on the Poundcake. I can't talk today. Poundcake podcast.
All right. Joke. All right.
It's gonna say, "Lady Mama lie." Ha 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 ha.
I saw that clip.
Ha 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 ha. Yeah, that was a good clip.
Lady Mama lie.
Mama lie.
Come on, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is.
That's so funny.
It just said, "Why did the tomato turn red?" Because it saw the salad dressing. So it just
gave
me
you
a
a
generic
joke, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he liked it.
With such vigor, I laugh. Wow, that's such a hearty laugh. That's so funny.
And then, of course, laughing at fat people. You saw one of the 1,000-pound sisters lost 300 pounds. She's down to like a svelte 700 or something.
Ooh.
Yeah. Hey, that can't be easy, boy.
All right, here's another one.
They hospitalized her for like 4 months.
Well, I guess it did the trick. That's all anybody needs.
She was eating through like a tube.
Well, there's a lot of people who got hospitalized who lost a lot of weight.
Mm-hmm.
They went all the way down to 0.
Yeah, Tom Sizemore. He's losing weight like crazy.
R.I.P.
Why did the chicken cross the road? This is a joke in the style of Poundcake.
From ChatGPT.
Yes.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
To get to the strip club on the other side. And it says,
Strip club.
Is it chicken head or a chicken?
The chicken head crossed the road.
it says, I hope that joke made you laugh and shake your head in disbelief just like Poundcake's humor often does. So, like, it knows that we react to Poundcake a certain way.
Sure.
It just doesn't get his humor.
I don't like y'all putting my government into this little thingy.
Poundcake isn't your government.
Chicken head.
Mm-hmm. Bok, bok, chicken head. Little Project Pat from back in the day. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch. And wherever you are, listen on the iHeart Radio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
My physical therapist was so hot that I was totally not concentrating. I started to sweat.
this ad for 20% off memberships.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away. Doop-doo.
All right, you want to go see Kevin Hart, Emmy and twice Grammy-nominated stand-up comedian and actor. Kevin Hart bringing the Reality Check Tour to Canton, doing a show at the Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium. Thursday, May the 18th. It's not far off. You go to hovvillage.com. That is their website. If you want to buy tickets, all the info, whatever, that's where you would want to go. Want to win them? I got a pair for you right now. Call 10-2 for Kevin Hart in May in Canton. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
7 out of 10 listeners agree. On what? We have no idea. This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Fish heads, roly-poly fish heads, eat them up, yum. Fish heads, roly-poly fish heads, eat them up, yum.
In the morning, laughing happy fish heads. In the evening, floating in the soup.
Fish heads, roly-poly fish heads,
You guys know this song?
It sounds really familiar, but I don't know why.
It was a dark day at Casa Cox this morning because I read that Artie Barnes died. That was his stage name. His real name was Robert Hamer. He was one half of a joke musical duo called Barnes and Barnes. They just gave themselves names. Rob Hamer was Artie Barnes, and Bill Mumy, who was a childhood star. Bill Mumy was Will Robinson on Lost in Space. And so he had a career as a child actor. He still will show up at Comic-Cons and things. These guys got going in like the early 70s in LA. They just put together a bunch of goofy songs. Once Dr. Demento became a big thing in the 70s, I remember listening to Dr. Demento when I was a kid. This is pre-Weird Al. Dr. Demento already gave Weird Al his start too. But Barnes and Barnes were these two dudes that would just lay down these weirdo synth riffs and kind of, So they started calling each other Art because when they were younger, they would make like Super 8 art films. And so it was Artie Barnes, and then Bill Mumy went as Art Barnes, and they called themselves Barnes and Barnes. And when I was a kid, Dr. Demento aired on one of the local Chicago radio stations, but they buried it. Dr. Demento was on like Saturday night at 1 in the morning or something. And Barnes and Barnes, that Fish Head song was the first one I had heard. And then they made a video for it in the earliest days of MTV. They made a video for Barnes and Barnes Fish Heads. And that, I think, is like the only song that kind of got big for them, was because it had a video on MTV. And it was just positively bonkers for people who saw it. It was just seafood counter fish heads, and they were moving their mouths. And, it was real lo-fi stuff. But they got played on Dr. Demento. A lot of their songs, and this is why a young Alan Cox enjoyed Barnes and Barnes so much, and they put out a lot of albums. But they did a couple of best of compilations, so those are the ones that I liked. Because a young Alan Cox thought they were hilarious because a lot of their songs were about sex.
Oh.
They were never cursing, but it was a lot of double entendre. And these guys would just write goofy, weird songs. They got the name Barnes from a Bill Cosby routine. Do you remember Junior Barnes and the Slush Ball?
No.
There was an old bit that Bill Cosby did called Revenge. And it was about him and his friends throwing slush balls at each other, and one of them had ice. And Junior Barnes was the punk bully kid in the neighborhood. And so they called themselves Barnes and Barnes just because they liked that routine. So Rob Hamer, who was one half of Barnes and Barnes, died yesterday, I believe. after a long illness. He was 69 years old. And so Bill Mumy, who, again, was a child actor and a relatively well-known guy, he's the other half of the band. I don't know if they've done anything recently. Yeah, I guess they put something out last year. But they've been making records since the 70s. And I'll give you a quick tour through the Barnes & Barnes discography, the songs that I loved as a young man. And I sent this to Gwen because I said, oh, my God, I just introduced my daughter, my 7-year-old, to Barnes & Barnes over the weekend because Gwen was making a brisket. And so I started playing Barnes & Barnes Work the Meat. They have a song called Work the Meat. And I started playing that. And, of course, my daughter was confused and didn't know what was going on. Of course, I explained it to her as, well, she's working in a butcher shop and mom's making a brisket. But you know what they mean when they...
Come on, baby, work the meat, work the meat, work the meat. Come on, baby, work the meat now. Come on, baby, work the meat, work the meat, work the meat. Come on, baby, work the meat now.
My name is Bob, and I'll give you a job in my friendly butcher shop. Answer the phones, scrape off the bones, ground, roast, and chop. Sweet! Come on, baby, work the
So obviously, as a young man, these were hilarious to me. And then when you get a little bit older and you realize what they're talking about, I go, oh, they weren't singing about a butcher shop. They want a girl to work their meat.
Duh.
And this is a good way to go about it. No
It's
girl's
getting
going to be able
me
to
going.
resist this kind of...
Well, no girl can resist asking her to work the meat.
Let me tell you, I am the
Through
right
song.
amount of wet right now.
Yeah.
This is...
Come on, baby, work the meat, work the meat, work the meat. Come on, baby, work the meat now.
Listen, I hope if anyone is turned on by Barnes & Barnes right now, that maybe you'll extend that courtesy the next time some meat is being prepared in your own home. They had a song called Feminine Parts that I enjoyed a great deal.
I'm crazy for your feminine parts. Want to explore your feminine parts. How I adore your feminine parts.
You know, they're being respectful.
As I start each brand new day, and I spank my woes away, I think about your feminine parts.
So as a young man, you know, they were speaking my language. A lot of wanking songs that these guys came up with. And as a young Catholic boy, I was very, very into masturbation. And so if there was a little jokey soundtrack that could make you feel less guilty as a young Catholic boy, you know, first time you touch yourself, you're like, well, I'm going to hell now.
Might as well keep going.
Might as well try to find something jokey to get me through it.
I have a question.
Lay it on me.
Is masturbating as an adult immature?
Immature?
Like the...
No, once you're in for life.
I was gonna say seeking pleasure in doing it. Like some people are like, why get laid when I could just go home and toss off? Like they're like the fact that you.
I think that's actually a really mature thing to do. To be like,
it's
you
a
know
very
what?
respectful
I'm just gonna go
thing.
home and toss off and
Right.
not worry about trying to get somebody in my bed.
I don't know why
tonight.
all these incel mass shooters can't just be satisfied with that. Why do you have to murder a bunch of people because you're not getting laid? Just go home and whack off.
Because there are some days where it's like, I gotta handle this right now. I can't wait till the end of the day. I'm not.
As long as you're not doing it in public, I don't think there's anything immature about that. Why would that be immature?
I don't know. I just feel like I feel like your hormones slow down, the testosterone slows down or whatever as you get older. And if you're going at yourself like you're a teenage boy, I don't know if
yeah,
that's
but if you're
imbalance or something.
If you're worried about your testosterone, I mean, if that naturally tapers off, and it doesn't for everybody, I think that's a myth that it goes over a cliff at a certain age. I'm as horny as I ever was. I think that if that were to naturally taper off for somebody, you wouldn't have to worry about it. You wouldn't want to be whacking off all the time. I think so many people, for so many people growing up, it's tied into religion. In religion, A, they don't want you doing it at all because you're wasting your seed. But B, because you begin it as a young person, at least a lot of people do, I think it's tied into this notion that it's an immature thing to do. That when you're older and you can have loving, fulfilling relationships, blah, blah, blah.
But should you love it? Like, should you
Yes.
love doing it?
Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
To do that anytime you want, it's an amazing thing.
That's what I'm
An
saying.
amazing
gift
thing.
that keeps on giving.
Because there's sometimes where I look forward to it. I'm like, I cannot wait to go home.
I think that's the healthy way to go about it. Is
I can't wait.
Don't do it too often.
But what's too often?
If you're doing it at work or you're doing it so like
It's taking away from other things in your life.
If you're bright red down there, I mean, maybe ease off the throttle, homie. But
How do you know it's not from shaving?
Why are you shaving
why
the
are you
shaft?
shaving the shaft?
You got a hairy shaft, bro?
A hairy shaft, no.
Got the old French tickler.
No, okay. I was just curious. How much is too much? Because there
Are
was
you
a time.
concerned?
No. When there was a time in my deep depression, like didn't leave the room. That's all I was doing. I would watch a TV show, sleep, and and eat and toss off. And I'm talking maybe like 4 times a day. That was probably like the most of it.
Yeah, that sounds like depression. That doesn't
Yeah.
sound like the best way, especially since you weren't leaving the room. If you were doing other things and still tossing off 4 times a day, I don't know if that's as big of a problem as doing it where you're not even leaving your house.
I think that was like during COVID, like everything was on lockdown.
Well, COVID doesn't count.
Yeah, everybody was whacking off a lot during COVID.
Nothing else to do.
As you might expect, Barnes and Barnes has another song about it. Maybe it's be instructive for you as a young man.
Wouldn't it be so wonderful if you were to touch yourself? I'd like to take a photograph of you as you touch yourself. Why risk the danger of sex with a stranger when you can touch yourself? No one will tease you, you know how to please you. Go on and touch yourself.
So yeah, the Fish Heads video was on Saturday Night Live too. The late actor Bill Paxton directed it. I think he was in it too. But when I was I was probably 9 or 10 when we started singing Fish Heads because we heard it and we loved it. Their songs weren't all about whacking off. Sometimes it was about good all-American dating too.
She said, kiss me where it stinks, so I drove
Oh my
her to
goodness.
New
What?
Jersey. She said, touch me where it's pink, so I took her to the flowers. She said, fill me up inside, so we ate a whole large pizza.
Stupid.
I was having such a ball, let me tell you all, she was too fine to believe. When she dropped to her knees with a plan to please, I had no thought to leave. As she peeled off her dress, and then the rest, I kicked into high gear. Oh brother, oh mother, oh great Suzette, she whispered in my ear. She said, kiss me where it stinks, so I drove her to New Jersey.
Oh, just street joke set to music. I love it.
It's me where it stinks so much.
Drove her to New Jersey. So a
that's funny.
dark day at Casa Cox with the passing of Rob Hamer, a.k.a. Artie Barnes, one half of Barnes and Barnes. And they had a lot of great songs.
I knew the Fish Head song. I didn't know
Yep.
any of these other songs.
Sit on my
I've
lap and
never
call
heard
me
that.
daddy is another good one.
Well, let's hear it.
Okay, hold on. There's like Boogie Woogie Amputee or something is another one.
My
and,
goodness.
the Vomit song from Dr. Demento. That's a good one. Let me find Sit on My Lap and Call Me Daddy. Okay.
Hey, sweet 16, is your mom away?
Sweet 16. Well, there you go. It was a different time. It was the late 70s, and, you know.
I saw her naked in the window late yesterday. Yeah, and she saw me and she waved hello. So I thought she might want to ride my buffalo. What's that you say?
Mm-hmm. So there's that. Party in My Pants was another crowd pleaser, I think.
I think I might know this one.
There's a party in my pants and I want you all to come.
I mean, again, they weren't reinventing the wheel all that often, but Boogie Woogie Amputee was their nod to people who were differently abled.
I love to dance with Egg Lake Sue. She got one, I got two. I told her to save a dance for me. The boogie woogie amputee.
Yeah, you know, a little something for everybody. Now, is this the kind of stuff we're going to be playing on our brand new metal show? Hell no.
Oh, no?
Hell no.
Well, maybe I won't tune in.
2 hours of all metal on Saturday nights. 2 hours to midnight. 10 to midnight here on MMS. I probably will play Work the Meat one more time.
Come on, baby, work the meat, work the meat, work the meat. Come on, baby, work the meat now. Come on, baby, work the meat, work the meat, work the meat. Come on, baby, work the meat now.
So what do you do when one half of your band dies and you're still trying to... It's just you and him. And again, it's pretty low-fi, so it's not like there's a lot of heavy lifting. I'm sure the one guy could write more...
Are they writing
Kiss
more?
Me Where It Stinks and I Took Her to New Jersey. So.
When's the last time they released something?
2022.
Oh, wow.
Put some out last year.
I thought this was like we were in a time capsule here.
Yeah. Alan, I know they were from your childhood, but you've been playing these weird clips for over an hour. Over an hour?
It's been like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it has been 10 minutes.
No,
That's
the
right.
audience is always right. We're always wrong.
Over an hour.
That GIF that we were talking about earlier from about Jason Bateman was not from Identity Thief. It was from Ozark, according to the audience. And according to the audience, we've been playing these clips for over an hour when we've really, maybe it's been...
Well, listen, you got life going on, and
12
sometimes
minutes.
I know
Yeah.
the feeling time can get away from you, but sir or madam, you may not know how time works.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the thing, too. You better get hip to it because daylight saving time starts this Sunday.
Are we allowed to start getting mad at the audience the way they get mad at us? And
No, we are not.
and
Well,
threaten to beat us up?
you can do
because-
whatever you want.
Yeah.
Beat us up? Who's going to get beat up?
The not from Massling guys, like, I'm going to kick your ass if you say blah, blah, blah.
He's all talky, sitting out there in his leather chair.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, the audience knows how I feel about them.
You hate them.
Yes, and they should pre-order my album because I hate them. That should be what they should go do right now, probably. If you pre-order my album, I won't hate you so much. This is a transaction.
Boy, that is a very, very odd way to go
So
about
much.
it.
I'll still hate you, but just not
so much.
Right? You just got to be blunt with it, you know?
Yeah.
Let them know.
Yeah. There was a real Benny Mardonis vibe on Sit on My Lap and Call Me Daddy. Yeah, that's true. But songs sound like they were written by the Wiggles. That's another thing, too. The Wiggles, that Australian kids group. Yeah, that'd be a real soul-sucking experience if you were, that's a real deal with the devil there to be in one of those super popular kids groups.
Well, what's the
Because
name?
you are touring and singing to kids, but you are grown people and you've got grown people problems, and that's paying the bills, but you're going to hate your life. I mean, before he started flipping the script, that Blippy dude was, filming like scat
he is a
videos and
mess.
stuff. Yeah, sure.
There's a band that came to House of Blues like every year, and it was like a kids band, Aquabats.
Yeah, Aquabats are great.
Yeah,
but
they're like,
they kind of became, when they were on Yo Gabba Gabba a lot, but the Aquabats were like a legit band.
I
It's
didn't
just-
know that.
Yeah.
Because they would come, and it was always such a weird mix of people because it
Yeah.
was an all-ages show.
Because they were on Yo Gabba Gabba.
So some people would come with their kids. There was a lot of kids, but then there were also like adult couples coming just to enjoy the music of the Aquabats. And I
But
was
they're
like,
also
what is
like
this?
one of those like jokey kind of, like they tour with Bowling for Soup and
Yeah.
Less Than Jake and those kinds of like semi-not serious bands, and people have a good time.
Yeah.
They're called ska bands.
Ska bands.
Ska bands.
Skabane.
Hey, Rob.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, sorry, I had to mute you on the TV. Hey, I wanted to ask you, so with daylight savings time coming up and everything, I kind of have the flexibility to work to make my own schedule. I mean, not ridiculous, but what if we just ignore it and just go on?
What?
It's
That's a
gonna be
lot
an
of
hour,
that's
right?
a lot of states. A lot of states are trying to like outlaw it, or I mean, they're not outlaw it. I mean, just change it so it's not. There are a number of states that don't recognize it. So, is that what you're talking about?
Arizona and Hawaii, right? Yeah.
Indiana,
how
I don't
does-
think
how does-
recognizes it.
Yeah, it's just strange to me, how you can just I don't know. We have the time zones, right? But then you have like little pockets that are offset. I just think it's strange. So like, I don't know. I think everybody should, with work from home and all this other stuff happening, I think we should probably just go off personal time. I mean, I'm talking with my manager now, and I'm just going to be like, I'm just going to come in an hour earlier and leave an hour earlier. So it's just going to be the same time that I'm used to over the winter. But I don't know. I wondered if you guys had that kind of flexibility. I know with the show and stuff, but what do you think?
Well, the show is on at a specific time every day, and whenever 2 o'clock happens, that's when we're on. So we don't have that kind of flexibility. But what's that?
I said it feels like you're under the corporate thumb, man.
Yeah.
Well, time's a construct, man. Whatever. I'm going to start going on at.
One, bro.
Yeah.
One.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go on in some hours when I'm not rated. That'd be a smart move. Right. Okay, thank you, Rob. That'll really work out well for me.
Was that our boss?
Yeah. Taking a day off.
You're under the thumb, man.
Open your eyes, brother.
You got to open your eyes, homie. You got to look around. The clock's making fools of us all, man. Yeah, well, anyway, we gain an hour of daylight. We'll lose an hour, but then gain some. Yeah, whatever it is. On
spring forward.
Sunday. Spring forward, fall back. So that ends November 5th, and it begins this Sunday. I got Scream 6 passes for you. When we get back, Bill saw it last night. 8 thumbs up. And if you want to go, it's opening everywhere this Friday. And I'll set you up for that in a bit. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or
.com/good vibes to view offer details. Member FDIC.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios.
This is The Buzzard.
Serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
Gift of away. Wow, wow.
All right, I want to go see Scream 6. Boy, they're cranking these puppies out. Bill Squire went to go see it last night. His review?
Yeah.
His review was great. He loved it. It's courtesy of Paramount Pictures and Spyglass Media Group. Scream 6 is in theaters everywhere this Friday. The next chapter begins as Ghostface carves out his place in the Big Apple. Scream goes to New York. Scream 6 out Friday. A couple of passes for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Cavs off tonight. They'll be in Miami tomorrow night to play Chris Bosh and the Heat. 7:30 tip-off tomorrow night here on MMS. Your pregame coverage will begin promptly at 7 o'clock. Cavs beat the Celtics here at home in overtime last night. What a barn burner. What a fun time to be downtown in Cleveland, Ohio at the Romo Fijo.
That's the game that the people that were on Big Billy's Bottom Boys got tickets for.
Oh, yeah.
So if you were on my team, that was a good game to go to.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Yeah, I wasn't kidding, boy. Those Scream movies, they are cranking them out. You know, they didn't do any for a long time. Wes Craven was the guy behind those. And then they rebooted the whole thing last year with what I guess technically would have been Scream 5, but they just called it Scream to reboot the branding or whatever. But but that last Scream movie was January of last year. Scream 6 opens this Friday, and they said they're already going to start filming Scream 7 this summer. Yeah. I mean, you could probably write these things in a weekend. I mean, they're not really like these are not writing driven, but I guess with the new generation of kids, you know, because the franchise has been around a couple decades now, right? The old Courtney Cox, Neve Campbell, Matthew Lillard Scream. Those were 20 years ago. So Scream 6 will be out on Friday, and they'll start shooting Scream 7 this summer. Scream debuted in 1996 with the famous Drew Barrymore murder. And then they did the next one the next year. And then 3 was in 2000. And then they rebooted it, I guess, in 2011. And blah, blah. They tried to do a TV show. Nobody really watched. So I never got into the Scream movies. It wasn't, I think it's cool that they've been able to turn that mask into like a current iconic horror character, I guess. It's right up there with Michael Myers and Jason. But never got into the Scream movies. They didn't, it didn't scare me to see a bunch of kids get killed. I don't know what that says about me. But I was like, this guy's really annoying. Watching David Arquette run around for 90 minutes. But Courtney Cox, pretty foxy. Neve Campbell, good looking. Neve Campbell, you know, she'd love to be in these Scream movies, but they just couldn't make her rate. And I think she misjudged her value to the franchise. I think she went in there all guns blazing going, listen, if you want Neve Campbell to be in your Scream movie, forgetting these are big ensemble pieces. And this far in, the cast is going to be a bunch of kids that kids know. You know, Jenna Ortega, who plays Wednesday Addams, she's in this.
Mm-hmm. And she's a lot of fun in it. She's a little spark plug, little firecracker.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Hayden Panettiere, Samara Weaving. I mean, again, these aren't kids, but I mean, that's, you know, there's a lot of people who might not.
They're like legacy characters.
Yeah, know
now.
these people if Samara Weaving is in a great movie called Ready or Not. I
I
consider
heard about that.
I consider that a modern, I hope that's a future horror classic. It's a great, great movie. The cast is awesome. The premise is so simple,
it's
but
like a
it's
comedy horror, right? Or is it
kind
I thought it
of.
was
It's like a
supposed to be
black
funny.
horror. Yeah. It's supposed, I mean, the premise of it is kind of funny, I guess. There's jokes, but
It's like hide and seek, right?
yeah, this girl marries, well, she marries her husband, marries her fiance. They go out to the family's house, find out that her husband's family is this super rich, they're Satan worshipers. And so part of their ritual is when someone is new in the family, they have to play a game or else they'll all be killed by the devil or something. And the game that she gets is hide and seek. But the cast is really good, and it's just a really super fun movie. For people who haven't seen it, it's called Ready or Not. It's only a few years old, but it's got some wild scenes in it. That might be a movie that you like, when you're talking about horror movies. You don't like super bloody, slashy kind of, There's kills in it.
Sure.
But it's not like torture porn. It's not that kind of movie. It's like a cool, I think the reason it did so well is because it was like a cool, like, just tight, well-written, old-school kind of horror movie.
Yeah. I like horror movies that are set in mansions as well.
Yeah.
I've had my fill of farmhouse horror movies.
Okay. Like Pearl and X and...
No, like, there's a
Texas
bunch of them.
Chainsaw
Yeah,
Massacre?
And what's the I can't think. Hereditary.
Hereditary.
Sweet Home
Well, that's a
Alabama.
Treehouse, right?
I don't remember.
You ever seen You're Next?
No.
That was a good one from about 10 years ago. Oh, hey.
Huh.
Since Mary's here one day this week, I thought today would be a good day to get some hot celebrity goss in.
It's the perfect day.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
All right, you goss guzzlers, let's get you some hot goss pumped into those holes of yours, the ear holes. No? You don't like that, Mary?
Yeah, pump it right into their ear holes.
I'm
That's what they
pumping it
came
in.
for.
Yeah,
Yes.
Top you off.
Yep.
Tom Sandoval and Ariana Madix are done as a couple. The reality stars from the Vanderpump Rules called it quits after it was revealed that Tom was cheating on Ariana. Tom said the relationship was on shaky ground even before she found out he was cheating. So he was still cheating, but it was on shaky ground. Do you think
Respectfully.
you think there might have been a reason it was kind of feeling a little shaky there, Tom? Anyway, according to Inside Sources.
Inside Sources.
All this real life drama is just happening to unfold for the new season of the Vanderpump Rules. Isn't that crazy how that works out? This real drama about them breaking up is going to be on a reality show. Amazing. Nobody saw that coming.
It's really good timing.
Yeah, it's really good timing.
My wife likes that show. I wonder if she's crestfallen by this news.
Our friend Megan Gailey was going crazy on Twitter about this. She's a popular comedian, and she was just going on and on about it. Mary, are you okay?
Are you all right over there? Did Megan win a Writers Guild Award, by the way?
I don't know.
Oh,
But
she wrote for Sam Jay's show. I thought
she
won
might
that.
have. I just haven't checked. I just saw her talking about that a lot. Anyway, next up, Pete Davidson and current girlfriend Chase Sway Wonders were in a car crash the other day. Davidson was driving a Mercedes, jumped a curb, and slammed into a house in Beverly Hills. That's wild. That house came out of nowhere. No drugs or alcohol were assumed to be ingested by Davidson at the time. The whole thing is under investigation. But according to Inside Sources, Davidson saw that the house was damaged and immediately started dating it.
Okay, you got me. You got me.
Inside Sources.
Avril Lavigne and Mod Sun broke up last week, and Avril wasted no time finding a rebound. Avril was seen kissing Tyga at a fashion week in Paris last week. You don't like Tyga?
He's Community D, but continue.
Okay.
Inside sources.
According to inside sources.
Inside sources.
I tried to make a joke using some of Avril's music, but couldn't bring myself to listen to it. And I think you all understand. And that's all the hot gossip is right now.
Inside sources.
Celebrity gossip.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
That little Avril Lavigne, I'll tell you what, she is having a hard time. Pushing 40 is really taking her for a trip there. She can't seem to figure out her life. You know, she got married to that awful, terrible-looking young man from Sum 41, because they're both Canadian, and then she was dating some other people, and then she gets married to Chad Kroeger, many years her senior, from Nickelback. Again, I guess feels comfortable with Canadians. And then Mod's son, who I don't think is Canadian. But now Tyga, who definitely not Canadian. He's from South Central. But he's a good-looking dude. And, boy, I heard that he might have to have a finger amputated.
Oh, which one? Wait.
No.
God damn it. Try it again. Reset.
You know, now that Tyga got into some trouble with Avril Lavigne, I heard that he might have to have a finger amputated.
The whole finger?
No, the one right next to it. So hopefully those two.
Mary didn't get it either.
Yeah, she did.
No, she doesn't get it.
It's not that hard to get. Why are all these people not getting that joke? I have to have my finger amputated, honey. The whole finger? No, the one next to it.
Oh.
He has a whole finger.
That's dumb.
You can't call a joke dumb when you didn't get it.
I'm dumb.
Well, I'm just saying.
That's established.
You
but
can't
that's
call a
also
joke dumb. All right.
We're both dumb.
All right.
But also, use 2 fingers, come on, at least.
Grow up.
Now that's immature if you don't use 2 fingers.
Right.
Poundcake's worry about
It's
his
like
fap frequency over here.
Taking some coins out of the payphone.
Mm-hmm.
Nice contemporary reference there. Payphone.
Mm-hmm.
Tried to be the better man, Alan. I took 2 weeks off.
Oh, it's the dude not from Maslin. We were just talking about him.
That's why he's calling.
Tried to be the better man, Alan. I took 2 weeks off. Wasn't sending you messages. Wasn't talking any crap to you. Number 1, I said choke you, not kick your ass. And number 2, I'm not all talk. You have my number. You say I'm not from Maslin. Well, you can find where I'm at. And anytime you want to see if I'm all talk, take a step forward, buddy.
He's threatening.
You're not going to handle 6'3", 250 pounds of me. Bill couldn't either. Bye.
Wait, so he's doing me a favor by not leaving me messages, and if I want to do something, I have to go see him?
I guess.
I don't understand what the point of that is.
But we also, like, you have the number. It says Maslin.
You're leaving messages for me. I'm not leaving messages for you saying I'm going to kick your ass.
I'm not trying to fight anybody.
You're leaving messages for me that you're going to choke me out. And I have to come to you to get choked?
And I don't want you to hurt
I don't understand.
I don't want there to be violence, ding dong.
I don't understand.
I want you to go to therapy.
Alan, I love and respect your show, but you've said the stupidest thing ever lately. Your defense of the Chicago hot dog, a processed meat stick with a bunch of veggies on it, trying not to be a hot dog with a bunch of frickin' veggies on it. It sucks. You suck. Chicago sucks. That hot dog definitely sucks.
Listen, this is the eternal argument, right? Whether or not hot dogs require X, Y, and Z or why they don't. I mean, every hot dog is by definition a processed meat stick. So that's no criticism of a Chicago hot dog. Mary was in Chicago last week, and her report was that she thought that Chicago hot dog was not good.
No.
And I understand people not liking it, but hot dogs are kind of part and parcel of regional cuisine. Much like pizza, they go and everybody wants to pretend like they have their own specific. You ever had Kansas City pizza? That's not a thing. Hey, you ever had a Montana hot dog? Like, I think that's a sexual position, not an actual food item. But yeah, you don't have to love Chicago hot dogs. I was just curious, since you'd never had one, if you would like it.
Yeah,
if you would come back and said, that's amazing, I'd be like, well, I'm with you.
I think it was unnecessary. The hot dog
that guy
itself,
seems to feel the same way.
the processed meat stick was great.
Mm-hmm.
I love the flavor. It was like a really good hot dog. It was just excessive.
By the way, Chicago hot dogs are Vienna beef hot dogs. That's the only kind they use, are Vienna beef. It's the only brand in the Chicago hot dog. So it's not all, it's not, rat a-holes and pigtails in those hot dogs.
I would also like the audience and this caller to understand that I am someone who prides myself on how much I love Slim Jims. So maybe my culinary expertise are not ones that should be trusted. Okay?
Well, the lady knows what she likes.
Listen.
If nothing else, the lady knows what she likes and what she doesn't like. That's all right. Did you have any pizza while you were there?
In Chicago?
Yeah, in Chicago.
Yes, but it was thin crust.
Yeah, tavern cut.
Tavern cut.
That's what I'm saying. People are like, deep dish.
I don't
I'm
like deep
no,
dish
deep
pizza.
dish sucks.
It's too much cheese.
Twice a year I'll have deep dish.
Yeah, it was tavern cut. I talked about it because it was the only place open when I got back to my hotel.
Oh, yeah.
Angelo's or something like that.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then they ordered us food the one night at the comedy club, and it was another like thin crust veggie style. It was okay. There wasn't a lot of sauce, but it was like, it's fine. I'm always going to enjoy pizza. I'm never going to have a bad time eating pizza.
I'm going to add that to the Mary Santora list.
Pizza's my favorite food, man. My sisters went out to dinner the night that I screamed at my older sister in Hawaii. They went out and I didn't go. And they came back with pizza. And I was like, what the hell are you guys doing ordering pizza in Hawaii? They went to an Italian restaurant. They're like, well, we've had a lot of fish all week and we wanted something different. I was like, you came to Hawaii to eat pasta and pizza? This is insane to me.
I wonder if Hawaii is a place where you can go in there and scream at them that pineapple doesn't belong on pizza.
I don't think
And they'll
so.
take it with a pinch of salt.
I don't know, man. I'm not a pineapple guy. It cuts up my mouth.
You're not an any kind of guy.
Yeah, I am.
Pineapple cuts, because of the thing, the chemical reaction.
Like
of it.
that happens to some people that the acid is so strong.
Yeah,
in
my
it.
son, he can't eat it.
I can't eat it either.
Yeah.
But it comes on your little. I was drinking
Yeah.
little fake fruity drinks all week, and that's some good pineapple, man. I'd have like a bite or two and be like, it was very, very fresh. I had a friend who's from there describe it as, this is our corn. Like how Ohio has the best corn.
Yeah. Yep.
That was his go-to. This is our corn. You guys have the best corn. We have the best pineapples.
Do you think if there hadn't been so much acrimony and arguing with your sisters that you guys might have gotten to do like maybe more local stuff? Like, hey, there's a pig roast on the beach. And, was that part of the equation at all or no?
Well, we didn't go in with a firm plan for every single day because we wanted to make time for that. So I don't think it was more about the arguing as it was the weather. Like we did not luck out with weather.
It rained.
We got there Monday, so we got there half day, went grocery shopping, settled in. Tuesday was a great day. Perfect beach day. Spent a few hours at the beach, had lunch on the beach, like all that kind of stuff. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it rained. It stormed every single day. And then Saturday, it was like intermittent, kind of clear, kind of sunny, and then it would rain for a little while. And then Sunday, the day we left, perfect. 75, sunny, not a cloud in the sky. But yeah, we had 3.5 out of our 5 days were straight rain, which was a bummer because we did want to just kind of walk around. Was a gay rain. It might have been a gay rain. I don't know.
It's a gay rain coming down. A gay rain. It's like a Daughtry song or something.
The town we were staying in is called...
Unreleased Judas Priest.
There you go.
The town we were staying in is called Kihei, and it's a very walkable town that has a lot of like little local markets and things like that to set up. And we were...
Sorry, if you said it already. What island is Kihei on?
Maui.
Okay, so that's the main island.
No.
Oh, okay.
Maui's not the main island. Oahu is the main island.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then there's the big island, which is Hawaii. But
the locals call it Big Island.
Big Island. But yeah, we were more bummed because we couldn't do any of that, just walking around shopping stuff, and because it was raining the whole time.
Hey, Thigh Mule.
Alan.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, it's been a while. I know, ever since the Foo Fighter show, we've been professionally acquainted, and I just realized, it's been unprofessional of me to not check in with you guys for so long. So, and then I heard you talking about Chicago hot dogs, and I'm like, I have to call in. So, on my first note, how are you doing?
Well, if you poke another finger in my eye, go right ahead.
Are you professionally well? You doing well?
Yes, I'm fine. Yes. What's going on?
So I was thinking the reason for my call and what made me realize I was being unprofessional is I was thinking about Chicago hot dogs, and I'm a big Smashing Pumpkins fan. I know, Billy Corgan. I wonder if maybe this will get back to him, if he's ever had a Chicago hot dog because he's a vegan. Do you have any input there?
Has Billy Corgan ever had one?
Yes, but he's vegan.
Yeah,
so I was curious.
Well, they make vegan dogs. I mean, I have no idea.
Do you think you would try one?
I don't know. But I've got to go. I appreciate you checking in. Thank you. I always appreciate the
professionalism.
The professionalism and the calling and the thing.
Was he getting to like a pun?
I don't know.
Is there
I've got to move
Smashing
on.
Pumpkins?
Got to move on. Hey, if you want to go see Kill Switch Engage, you're in luck. I'll have tickets for you about a half an hour or so from now. They're coming through with a band called Currents. Great band. And they're going to do, I think they're playing the Agora. The Agora in April. Not far off. So we'll do that shortly. 35192 and a text for anything else. And you can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
2 hours to midnight.
The new metal show here on WMMS.
Cleveland's metal
at it and just think it's like no big deal. When my hamster fell down like the little tube that I had in there set up for it, and it broke its leg, and I was like so sad. Like I was like, Mom, it's all flimsy. Like it was like hanging out.
Flimsy.
Like it looked like it was bent or broken, and I was like, how does it do that? It broke its leg. And so that
Is
was
that how you really screamed when you were younger?
Oh, it was probably worse. 'Cause my voice was higher pitched.
Right. Yeah, I mean, every kid has a higher pitched voice, but I mean that piercing,
Yeah.
ear shredding register. That's how you.
I needed attention immediately.
Yeah. Well, in a situation like that, you're trying to get your mom's attention because there's an animal in distress.
Yeah, and
Were you were always like at that level yelling? Were you ever calm as a kid?
No, I I definitely was calm at certain times, but I was in distress. Like I didn't want this animal to get. I don't know if hamsters can scream. Do hamsters make noise?
They like squeak.
Yeah, there was no squeaking. It was just a fast little hamster, or what used to be a fast little hamster, dragging its foot from falling. Like it landed on its foot,
Right.
falling down the tube.
Like it was trying to get to the chopper.
Yeah, so I just was scared, and it's gross. I don't like touching dead things. Like if a dog dies, like if it was my dog that died, it's no longer my dog, I feel like, because I'm like, ugh.
You wouldn't go and dispose of your own dead dog.
I guess I would probably have to, but I don't want to touch something dead. I don't like touching dead stuff. Is that weird?
I don't think anybody likes
No,
touching
I don't.
dead stuff.
I'm sure
Serial
people
killers,
aren't.
maybe.
I don't
might
know.
not be their top 5 things to do.
I
But
think there's some trauma from childhood, like watching too many scary movies where I think like I hold something dead and it's just gonna wake up and scare me.
But then it's not dead anymore, so what do you got to worry about?
Happy
That's-
ending.
Yeah.
It's a very immature way of thinking, but I just don't like touching dead
You
stuff.
have an immature way of thinking? That's crazy.
Between all the tossing off and not touching dead things, Cody's pretty immature.
now, if you were tossing off repeatedly near a dead animal, that would be a whole other area that would need to be explored.
Call the police.
Something. Alan, I guess worse things could have happened to Poundcake's hamster. I get it.
I don't.
Okay, he has a finger, and it's next to the one that's hurt. You've been reading about those people that got kidnapped in Mexico, and 2 of them got killed, and the other 2 got sent back?
I just
No.
I thought they were still kidnapped. I didn't know they killed them.
There's 2. Yeah, there's 2 of them. So, God, black folks just can't get a break anywhere.
Alexa hit me with a news alert today. I had just woken up, and I don't think I even have the news alert set up, but that's the alert that they gave me. And I was like, I don't need this when I'm just trying to drink some coffee in the morning.
See, and my friends tried to sell going to Tijuana for me. They're like, oh, when you come to San Diego, we're going to go get mojitos and mimosas in Tijuana. We're just going to cross the border. I said, are you out of your freaking mind? They're like, what do you mean? We do it all the time. I said, you're white.
Well, yes. Well, that's part of it. Tijuana is a little different, though, than Matamoros, which is where these people were, which is right across the border from, like, Brownsville, Texas, which is all cartel. This woman and her friends, like her brother or a couple of cousins, Zalandria Brown, no relation, and her brother Zindel Brown, and then a couple of other people, or 4 of them, come down from Florence, South Carolina to get a cheap tummy tuck. They go all the way down because she's like, oh, now mind you, with all due respect, if you saw this woman, tummy tuck ain't going to do anything. So anyway, the 4 of them cross the border. They're immediately, because some cartel dudes, the thought is they mistook them for like Haitian smugglers or something. So they throw them into a flatbed truck. They end up killing 2 of them. The 2 that survive, one of them shot. The other one, I guess, is untouched, but they're like, imagine you go down there, and a lot of people do this. I get that this is an elective procedure, but there's people who go to Mexico all the time because they're like, look, I got to get dental work done.
Yeah, my friend got his teeth done. He
Yeah,
got
down
those
there it's
big
$100.
veneers.
Up here it'd be $36,000. I mean, like I understand the notion of it, but man, there's places where it's just a free for all in some of these cities. And so 4 of them had gone down there. There's a woman and 3 guys. She wanted to get a tummy tuck. Didn't want to pay much for it. I think people have seen the video of them getting thrown into the back of this truck. And then a couple of them got killed. I guess the other two are back in the United States. They kind of swept in and grabbed them.
How is no one talking sense into the, like, I don't make a trip like that just on a whim. If I say, hey, I would probably bring it to you guys. I would bring it to my mom. I would bring it to my friends. Like, hey, I want to get some dental work done. I want some new veneers, and it's too expensive here in the States. I think I heard of a nice doctor in Mexico. What do you guys think about that? Most people would be like, oh, hell no, especially not by yourself. Who were these people talking to where they thought it was a good idea? They went from South Carolina. It's not even like they're from Texas.
I don't know. I don't know what kind of research they did. And
None.
You can't plan for everything, but there are border towns that are well known for, maybe they just thought, hey, it's just across the street from Texas. We'll be fine. I don't know.
This place is a, like, what do they call it? Stage 4 zone or like level 4 zone where it's not safe for anyone to travel?
It's a lot of cartel, but yes. So I don't know how much they looked into it. Maybe the doctor down there was like, come on down, I'll give you a cheap tummy tuck. And there was like, that's all I need to hear. Because
Tuck your tummy, all right.
I mean, plenty of people go to Mexico and have a great time, and they're fine. But a lot of cities have been turned upside down. You know, when I was a kid, Acapulco was a big resort area, right? Acapulco, they'd give away trips on game shows. You'll be spending 4 days and 5 nights in sunny Acapulco. That is a really bad area now. You know, they always tell American travelers are just people from other countries. They're like, if you're going to a resort, just stay on the resort. But even that's not a guarantee anymore. Because they're like, well, we'll just shoot our way into the resort. Now, 9 times out of 10, it's not random. And they think this sounded like a situation where these dudes thought that this woman and these 3 guys were with another gang and immediately grabbed him and threw him into the, but woof, that ain't good.
Do you think it would have ended differently if the people were white?
Well, I doubt that they would have been mistaken for Haitian smugglers.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
And
like
that's what I was afraid of when my friends wanted me to go to Tijuana, because I'm like, they're white. They won't be mistaken. I am a man of color, and I could be mistaken for black. I could be mistaken for Mexican. I could be all types of Hispanic. And just because I have my license that says Ohio, there's plenty of people there that probably have a fake license or a fake ID card that are trying to get through. So there's no guarantee that I would get back. So getting over there will be a breeze. No one cares if you go to Mexico. It's about getting you back through. What do the Mexicans have any loyalty to me? They don't know me. So I was scared.
Well, the Mexican president was, I guess, upset at the coverage on this side. That he thought they were blowing it out of proportion. He's like, hey, Mexicans get killed in the United States all the time and nobody talks about it. Like, all right, but 2 wrongs don't make a right. I mean, I don't know what you want us to say. It was a pretty egregious. These people had barely gotten over the border and they got hauled out of their minivan and, you know. So good luck getting that rental deposit back. But imagine you went down there for a tummy tuck. This wasn't like Mules Gone Wrong, right? Where they were like, well, we got paid a lot of money to take some stuff over the border. She just wanted to get a little more
discount surgery.
A little more svelte.
Yeah. A little discount surgery.
Didn't want to lift weights or what, I don't know.
If you're part of the pun, how do you come back from that? Like, that's so traumatic. I wouldn't trust people anymore. I wouldn't trust anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you have to, I don't know. You know, people think that you have to go deep into Mexico for some reason to really get into some stuff, and you don't.
No, I heard that as soon as you cross the border, if you're driving and they see you with, like, American plates, now, again, this could be a rumor. I don't know for sure. I've never done it to validate it. But if Mexicans see U.S. license plates, they try and hit you. So they can, whatever you pay them, like, you're going to have to pay money to get out of it, and they won't let you cross until you pay it.
I don't know anything about that, but I mean, there's a lot of crooked
some
cops.
Sort of like insurance scam kind of thing?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Like you hit me or I hit you. Now you have to settle this before you go back over. So don't drive. Get a Mexican car or get a car that has a Mexican license plate.
El Chevy. I believe that's they have the El Camino for that very reason.
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, of all things to get wrapped up in, tummy tuck. That's no good. So for a lot of people, I mean, listen, cartel or not, and usually it's not random violence with cartels. People will get caught in the crossfire when it's a whole bunch of dudes shooting at each other, but for the most part. I mean, I've been to Mexico a lot of times, and I've never even, the people who live there will kind of tell you, don't do this, kind of keep your head on a swivel. This part is a little bit shaky for this, but tourism dollars still flow into Mexico and vice versa. But out of all the things to get caught up in. Hey, Steve.
Hey, man.
What's up?
So I feel like these stories have kind of circulated and have been kind of, myths and such. But I know a girl who I was kind of seeing recently who works at a local kidney dialysis center. She was telling me about her day and some of the patients and why they were there. And then she tells me about the guy who went on vacation to Mexico and woke up in a hospital with no kidneys. And it really happened. And I didn't realize that your body could function with no kidneys, but apparently it can. He's on the transplant list to get at least one back in him. But went down there on vacation and woke up in a hospital, and they had to harvest his kidneys. And this was recently, like a week ago, that he was here at the local clinic. This just happened.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to last long with no kidneys. You
have to get dialysis treatment. You could last for a long time with the help of medical equipment.
You're right. If you have access to that. I mean, if you wake up and boy, the last thing you want are greedy organ thieves. Just take one, homie. I mean,
right. Well, so I guess there's another issue that somebody asked the question: did he go down there to sell a kidney for cash? Because apparently that happens too.
Oh, sure, that happens in this country. You don't even have to go to Mexico for that. You can do that stateside.
Right?
Yeah.
If you drink enough, you can just give them up anyway.
All right. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate the call.
Right,
Listen closely, you hear a young Cody Brown playing the viola in the background.
Pensamiento constante, mi amor. Y aunque trato de olvidarte, cada día te extraño más.
Of course, that young boy went on to be Ricky Martin. Hey, Woody.
And now you know the rest of the story.
The Schwinn Airdyne. Yes, Woody.
Hit you with a little Garrison Killiard
the
humor.
Mexican Paul Harvey.
Paul Harvey.
Oh, Paul Harvey.
Yeah, that's right.
I mixed them up.
Good day.
Some Paul Harvey.
Buenos dias. Hey, how's your day, brother?
So far, so good, Woody.
Yeah, I've been to Mexico at least 24 times in my life. And I've never had.
For you.
Mm-hmm.
On both sides of the coast, up and down the Riviera Maya and, down to where Sim Hager hangs out, Cabo, San Lucas thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I've never had an issue at all, and I've actually done some pretty shady things while I was in Mexico.
Woody's like, I was doing all kinds of stuff, man. I was muling all the time, and I was fine.
He'll create an international incident. Go ahead, Woody.
That's right.
But yeah, I mean, it's I really think I don't know. We don't know. All we've got these people's story about it, and maybe she was going down for a tummy tuck, flashing $20,000 in cash or something, and somebody saw that and said, well, I'm going to take an opportunity on that, right?
Yeah, I don't know. What I read was they thought that they were they were mistaken for somebody else. They thought they were somebody else, and I don't know. Who knows? But man,
right.
what
you talk to the wrong person about having a bunch of cash to, even if it's a legit surgery, you talk to somebody about a lot of cash to do something, any stranger on the street might.
That is going to be one poor review on TripAdvisor, Woody.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's I think if you don't go looking for trouble 99% of the time, you won't find any anywhere you go.
Yeah, but Woody's always looking for trouble. Yeah.
Sometimes people are drawn to trouble, or trouble is drawn to
Trouble
them.
magnet.
Sometimes
Trouble finds me, baby.
Yeah, trouble
all
magnets playing at the beach.
There you go. So Woody's been to Mexico a bunch of times, and bueno para ti. Thank you, Woody. I appreciate it. I got to take a break. Want those Kill Switch Engage tickets? You're in luck. When we come back, I'll hand those off. They're doing a show at the Agora, bringing a band called Currents with them, who are real good too. April 15th. It's a Saturday night. You want to go see them? 35192 to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite
right, it's a return of Kill Switch Engage from Westfield, Mass. With special guest Currents. Great band. Both going to play at the world-famous Agora on Saturday night, April the 15th. Want to go see Kill Switch? Jesse Leach back singing for him. I'm still a Howard Jones man, but Jesse's great too. AgoraCleveland.com if you need more details on the show. Caller 10, come and get these tickets. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox. He's been asked to leave on multiple occasions.
Get out!
He does that whole, huh? I can't hear you. It's too loud in here thing.
100.7 WMMS.
Yes, I heard when you die after burial, you have to come back as an insect or animal. Yes, I heard when you die after burial, you have to come back as an insect or animal. Well, if this so, I don't want to be a monkey, either a goat, a sheep, or donkey. My brother said he wants to come back a hog, but not wrongy. I want to be a bed bug just because I'm going to bite them young ladies' bumper, or like a hot dog or a hamburger. And if you know you're thin, don't be in a fright. It's only big fat woman I'm going to bite.
I'll tell you what, I love science. I always think that we can learn so much by looking to nature.
New Bad Bunny is lit.
And, you know, I'm always fascinated by things that I learn, and then I simply can't wait to impart that information to you. And, you know, animals in nature have courtship rituals. This is how they attract a mate, you know. A rhinoceros, a male rhinoceros, will defecate and fling its tail in a helicopter motion, flinging its feces all over, and that's how it attracts female hippos,
And
right?
I like that dung flip.
That's right.
You started with rhinoceros, and then you ended with hippo. It is hippos that do that.
Sorry,
not-
yeah, hippos.
not
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hippos do that, and so there's ostensibly a female hippo going, hey, look at that guy over there flinging his dung, right?
You know why rhinoceroses don't have to do that?
They don't have tails.
No, they're already horny.
Oh, my God.
Hey, go easy on Bill. He doesn't have any kidneys. No, but animals have, mating rituals or whatever. You know what I was reading this morning? Bed bugs have no mating rituals. What they have instead, and I'll tell you what, this is so bed bug, classic bed bug, as invasive as they are, they reproduce by something called traumatic insemination, who I will be premiering on our new metal show this Saturday night at 10 o'clock. Traumatic insemination in the animal insect kingdom is a male simply climbs onto the female, stabs her in the side of her body with his hypodermic penis, or opening for traumatic insemination, and release the sperm into her body cavity. That's how bed bugs do it. There's no, hey, can I take you out, hey?
Even the
No
sex is
romance.
unwanted, yeah. Their presence is unwanted.
Yeah. God, I was reading stories about people who have bed bugs they can't get rid of. Do you want, somebody should just make a horror movie.
I don't want to get all itchy.
Someone should make a horror film just called Bed Bug.
It's
it's a documentary
The
about
logistics
people.
of getting rid of bed bugs.
Yes, it's just these poor people that live in these places. They can't get rid of them, and they're just slowly going insane.
Dude.
Because everywhere they are, it's either real or imagined itching.
Oh, yeah.
And
for sure.
The chick that we stayed with in Hawaii those first few days who had just gotten out of rehab was talking about how everybody had bed bugs in rehab. And I was looking at my sisters. I was like, is this not bothering you? And they were like, well, the bed bugs were in rehab. I was like, you know that bed bugs are known for not staying in one place. Like, so that's the biggest thing
right.
that they do.
People worry about them being in hotels. That's where a lot of people get them, is in hotels.
Yeah.
And the cycle continues. They weren't worried at all being in this junky squalor that there might be bed bugs.
I checked the first day we got there.
Yeah.
My sister was like, what are you doing? I'm like, look for bed bugs. Look around you. What do you think I'm doing?
But on the bright side, would you rather live in the hood in paradise or the hood in the hood?
Honestly, that's why. That's
But
what
also,
they were saying.
is it paradise just because the weather's nice? I mean,
Yes.
when she was there, it was raining, so it ain't paradise.
Well,
you're somewhere where it's raining on the beach.
But if people can like literally lay out all day and feel okay, like I think I don't see many homeless people around here because we don't have the weather to support homeless people. Like they're somewhere.
Yeah, you're not sitting in this street front studio, homie.
Right.
I've
saw a guy
seen
pee
some.
2
Plenty of
weeks
people.
ago.
They're out there. Yeah.
In comparison to places like San Diego, who has nice weather, Portland weather,
Yeah,
but
if you have to be homeless,
There's a lot of
I wanna
homeless
be
people
homeless
in
in
Hawaii.
do it on the West Coast.
Yeah, there's homeless people in Hawaii for sure.
I'll get a modeling contract because I'm like ripped and I just walk all the time and I'm homeless.
Yeah, Hawaii's so goddamn expensive. Half the homeless people are probably people who moved there legitimately and then lost their gig or something, and they're like, I can't
afford this.
What-
She stays in it's like in-law suite is what they call it.
Yeah.
It's like a tiny little house behind a full-size house.
Mother-in-law suite, yeah.
Mother-in-law suite.
Yep.
So it's like a probably 500 square foot tiny little house.
Dude, that's small.
It's small. I mean, it's 2 bedrooms, but the bedrooms literally have a bed in them. That's it. Like, there's no room for anything else.
So y'all cuddled up with each other?
Yeah, me and my one sister slept in the same bed, and then the other one had like a mattress on the floor. But it's like $2,500 a month or something like that. But she is walking distance to the beach. You are, like Cody said, you are in literal paradise. But yeah, like she was in rehab 2 months ago. Of course, she had bed bugs.
She was in rehab in paradise.
That's a good.
It's a contradiction in terms. It's
Rehab in paradise.
So it is Dr. Drew taking another crack at it.
It's the only way that people can justify paying that much for so little. Because in San Diego, my roommate, or my gays, had the little apartment that they had. It was 200 square foot, and it was like $3,500 because they had cats. And everyone in there was like transient because they would, like, I guess soldiers would stay there or like Navy people would stay there and then they'd leave. But it wasn't even a bedroom. It was like a room that had like a half fridge, 2 top stove, and then a bed that pulled out into the wall. And so they blew up the air mattress for me. And if they needed to use the bathroom during the night, they would have to step over me to get to the bathroom. That's how small this place was. And it was like $3,500. But they were right downtown. They were in the right next to the San Diego Library. And then the lamp area, whatever they called it, the candle lamp district.
I thought you were talking about in their house, the candle lamp area. I was like, I don't know.
It's called like the lamp district or something in San Diego. I forget. I think it's something with a lamp in it. But they're
You sure they weren't just lamping?
I'm sure.
Oh. The gas lamp quarter.
Gas lamp quarter. That's what it was. They were within walking distance to that. And they still insisted on taking scooters. And I was like, I'll just walk. I'll see you guys there in 20 minutes.
Well, when my parents went to Pearl Harbor years ago, my parents went to Hawaii, and my parents don't travel much. And they came back, and my mom and dad had never had any aspirations of retiring anywhere, moving anywhere. My mom was like, we had a conversation about, maybe living in Hawaii. It's so beautiful. I go,
Really
Mom,
is.
do you know how you want to pay $15 for milk?
It's so expensive, dude.
Everything gets imported in. Like, there aren't cows running around Hawaii.
Well, actually,
like,
they do have cows, but they're not dairy cows.
Well, right. They don't have dairy herds, so they have to
So-
everything's got to get shipped in,
When we drove up to do this hike on the other side of the mountain on the one day, and we passed like cow farms, but they all look like steers. They all look like brown, and we're like, oh, those are meat cows. And then I realized that I was like, I'm so used to seeing dairy cows that for a second I thought that they were pigs, like giant pigs, because I know there's a ton of pork on Hawaii, but yeah, they have no dairy cows there.
No, milk costs you like the same as a bottle of wine in Hawaii.
Yeah. Dude, everything was so
And
expensive.
it's aged just as long.
We didn't have
This is a 2019 milk.
2%. Yeah.
Ugh.
We didn't have a
It's
single
very good year for
meal.
milk.
We didn't have a single meal that was under $100 for 3 people. Our breakfast was the cheapest one day, and it was like $110 for 3 people to go have breakfast. It's absolutely wild.
A lot of money.
Sushi place we went to, I will say this, some of the best sushi I've ever had.
I'd hope so.
I mean, it's right there. Like, it was like $35 a roll for sushi. So like, and one roll of sushi is only 6 pieces. So it's like you either get one roll and are still hungry, or you eat $70 worth of sushi.
Let me tell you about the conveyor belt restaurant I went to
I saw
for
that on your
sushi.
story.
Yeah, the
Delicious.
Conveyor belt.
The conveyor belt restaurant that I went to. In Hawaii, the house behind the house is called an ohana.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
It's small and dirty and expensive. They're all probably not dirty, but this one was.
Yeah, so listen, paradise can mean different things to different people, but if you can't afford to live there, that doesn't sound like paradise to me.
Right.
I agree.
Weather's, by the way, it's warming up everywhere. You might not have noticed, but, it's going to be paradise in Cleveland, Ohio in 25 years. It's going to be beachfront property as far as the eye can see.
But it
I
doesn't
just say
smell
we
the
pay
same.
paradise to put up a parking lot because I hate when you can't park.
I know.
It's not paradise to me if you got to walk 20 minutes to get where you're going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put up more parking. Pay paradise. Put up more parking lots.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's
Good message.
I think you live in paradise if you live in a place where it's warm and beautiful, but it doesn't have a smell. Did Hawaii have like
Everywhere has a smell.
Yeah, it depends on where you are. I mean, there's homeless people there. There's a dump. You know what I mean? Like a landfill. Like, yeah.
All right.
And
There's a landfill for all of the Hawaiian Islands.
They have to fly it in on little puddle jumpers.
Yeah.
That's like, I'm trying to convince Brian to move there so he can be a pilot garbage man, where he flies the trash from one island to the next.
A pilot garbage man. Yep.
That'd be cool.
Oh, really cool. Skybus. There are so many feral cats on that island too. That is like their main pest. Is there are communities of feral cats. In her backyard, she had like 6 of them, and she just feeds them and let them be there. Leaves her door open. They go in and out of her house. Like, dude, you can't have 6 cats just roaming around the island, coming into your house.
She said, "Yes, I can."
It sounds like she's letting everything come off the island and roam in her house.
Dude.
Which, if it's just you, who cares, right? She
Right.
doesn't have kids or
Well,
anything.
no,
Not
she
married.
does. She has a kid.
She has a kid
Yeah.
in this house?
She stays with her dad half the time too. But yeah, she has.
She was in rehab for 4 months. She got a kid?
Yeah, she's like 12, I think. Her kid is 12. But her.
I thought you meant she.
Yeah, the girl we were
How
staying with
old's
is
the
12.
kid if the mom's 12? Wow. All right. So you think it's paradise for that kid, Poundcake?
Yes.
Well, now wait.
Better than being
Better than being what? Your mom's in rehab? Better than being what?
all those things could
I
happen
bet
on
she'd
the
rather.
mainland.
I bet she'd rather shovel some snow and have her mom's head on straight.
But if that's not the
But
option,
yeah, that could happen in Ohio. That does happen in Ohio. Where
I know.
people grow up in houses like
That's
that.
not going to make living in Hawaii any paradise for
But
you.
what I'm saying is, if your circumstances are the same, the only thing that's changing is your
Your-
location.
yeah.
I would rather deal with it, sobbing, crying on the beach, and I see a stupid dolphin or something.
Yeah.
Those are going to be stupid. Those are some of the smartest animals in the animal kingdom.
You're thinking of dolphins. We're talking about dolphins.
Oh, dolphins.
Dolphins.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Dolphins are smarter than you are.
Fine.
The dolphins, I don't know.
Dolphins are dumb as rocks, though.
Yeah, okay.
Dolphins.
Dolphins are, yeah.
I would rather deal with that than cry on Edgewater and,
I mean, I'm with him on this, where it's like, if my home life is going to be broken anyway, it might as well be 75 and sunny.
Let it rock.
You
Yeah,
know?
okay.
Yeah. You're talking about mating habits of animals and bedbugs and stuff. I sent you guys those videos of the whale watching tour that we went on. And it was called, which sometimes I guess those can be like a huge ripoff because they'll take your money and then you don't see anything. But this was like prime mating season for the blue whales. And they come down from Alaska to Hawaii. And there were several what they called competition pods, which are like 3 to 4 males essentially showing off in front of a female. So they're like jumping out of the water and flapping their tails and
Flinging their poop.
flinging their poop, fighting each other, like banging, like 2 whales banging their heads into each other to try to fight for the female's attention. It was crazy. But I had never felt stupider than when I text that joke to the group text, because you made the joke about that happening on, what was it? What am I trying to say right now? My head's all over the place. Competition pods. Was it Barley House has competition pods?
Yeah, I said that's what they have at the Barley House.
And I said, yeah, they have bottleneck service because I thought it was a bottleneck dolphin.
And then I was very quick to say, bottle nose, idiot.
I fully thought it was called a bottleneck
Oh,
dolphin
no.
because their neck looked like a bottle going to their head, like how it gets smaller a
No,
little
it's
bit.
a bottle nose because their beak looks like a
I always thought it was bottleneck because their nose is the front of the bottle, but their neck is the part you hold. It's a bottleneck dolphin.
Species of whales in Hawaii, there are December through April is whale season, so you got in there just in the thick of it. There are about 10,000 estimated humpback whales in and around Hawaii.
Yeah.
And there are 150 false killer whales. They're pretending to be killer whales.
Oh.
They're imposters.
Oh, my goodness.
Question is, do they know it? False killer whales. What a great name. I've never heard of those before. There are about 200 of them in and around Hawaii. False killer whales.
Well, on the whale watching
Just
tour,
manslaughter whales.
the captain was talking about how orcas, killer whales, are the only whale that attacks other whales. That's where they got their name from. But he said that they don't usually come down that far into Hawaii. That it's more of a problem up in Alaska. That's why they migrate toward Hawaii to mate, so they can have their babies.
But
down
they're
here.
not very visible out there either, are they? The orcas? I always feel like there's a lot more people who say they've seen one than actually see one.
Well, that's what the captain was saying, is
Yeah.
that the orcas don't come down to Hawaii from Alaska, that they stay up in like the colder water.
Right.
So I don't know.
Did you see any beaked whales? Did you see any
No.
pygmy whales?
No.
Oh.
I barely saw the.
Did you see any
blue
pilot whales?
Which ones were they? Humpback, not blue.
What about melon-headed whales? Sounds like an
Yeah, I was
insult.
going to say blue whales are
Those are the giant
Giant
ones.
ones,
No,
yeah.
we saw humpback whales.
What's Free Willy?
That is
He's an orca.
Oh, he
Killer
is?
whale, yeah.
Oh. All right. Well, there was a movie when I was a kid called Orca, and it was a decidedly not friendly whale. I think they were trying to rip off Jaws. And there was a movie called Orca about them trying to catch the killer whale.
There was a movie when I was a kid called Free Willy. And what this kid was doing was trying to ruin this Sea World type park. He was trying to get rid of their main attraction. He's a little domestic terrorist, and he frees this whale, and then this whole company goes out of business. All these people get laid off. Really a nightmare.
Is that true? I've never seen Free Willy.
Well, I mean, he gets the whale free, but they don't talk about the consequences of freeing that whale.
I see.
And the aftermath of it. They make it seem like it's this amazing story.
Yeah.
But really hurt that
The local
little
economy
business, yeah.
was really...
was dependent on it.
Yeah. It was a whale-based economy is what you're saying.
Yes.
And you never want to put all those eggs into one basket.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Especially whale eggs.
Yeah. You need a big basket. I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. You can leave messages on the iHeartRadio app, and we'll be back.
Rover's Morning Glory.
My physical therapist was so hot that I was totally not concentrating.
to build kind connections. The way we see it, every day is International Women's Day. To show their ongoing support, Bumble's investing in the next generation of women making moves. Make your move and join Bumble today.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios.
This is The Buzzard.
Serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text to me? I'll see him there. AlanCoxShow.com. You can hit me up on social. You can watch live there. Thanks so much to Buck Chugger, who's helping out back there in the video department.
Great job, Buck.
Is that a return engagement for Buck Chugger?
No.
Has he joined us before?
I don't believe so.
Oh, all right. Well,
it's
there
one
you
of those
go.
common names. You meet a lot of people named Buck.
You hear it a lot.
A lot
True.
of people named Chugger. Sometimes it ends up, it's like Joe Smith.
Of the Willoughby Hills Chuggers, I believe. Very prominent family out there.
Mm-hmm.
Your Cavaliers are off tonight, but they got themselves a big overtime win last night. Here at home against the Boston Celtics, 118-114. Tomorrow night, they are in Miami to play the Heat at 7:30. They're playing them twice.
They have a weird schedule. They play Miami twice in Miami, and then they play the Hornets twice in Charlotte.
Right.
Which is a very strange way to do the schedule, but
So they play the Heat tomorrow at 7:30 and then Friday at 8. And then they go to Charlotte to play the Hornets on Sunday and Tuesday. So for the next week, they'll be in Miami and Charlotte. But you'll hear all of it here on WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. And then we will transition, of course, right into Cleveland Guardians baseball. The MLB opening day is the 30th of this month. The Guardians' home opener against the Seattle Mariners is a 4 o'clock game on April the 7th. Will be posted up somewhere. We haven't zeroed in on that yet. Next Friday, we will be right around the corner here at the Clevelander for the MMS St. Paddy's Day Bash. You know, they've announced all the details for the St. Patrick's Day Parade, which I'll tell you what, this must be the first year they're doing it. Who knew they did a parade for St. Patrick's Day? I really hope this takes off. I hope that this really becomes a popular thing and that they do it every single year.
Just in Cleveland? Or do you hope
Anywhere.
it takes off everywhere?
Anywhere. Why overlook my Irish brethren? The parade will kick off next Friday at 1:04 p.m. on the east side, 18th and Superior. And the theme is a salute to Irish American athletes.
Did it say east side or east side of downtown?
Well, that's the east side, right? East 18th and Superior.
Well, yeah, in my case, I just didn't know if it said it in text, because then I'm like, okay, well, then we know for sure.
you don't think he was
no, for
playing
sure what?
into the bit that we do?
Wait, what is he asking me?
He thinks that was
I thought it was written in text saying that.
It takes place in it starts on the east side.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't realize you were making a joke.
Oh. Poundcake? I was making a joke.
Oh, okay.
The parade will get going around 1:04, and not a minute before.
It's the luck of the Irish. 1:04. The luckiest time to start a parade.
There you go. The St. Paddy's Day Parade in Cleveland is the single largest attended event in the city. You get about 150,000 spectators. Because who doesn't love a parade? You've seen one parade. You've likely seen them all. But listen, St. Paddy's Day, it's got a mind of its own, right? It does its own thing. And so we'll be set up at the Clevelander. We'll be live starting at 10 a.m. with the whole MMS crew. Some of the MMS crew will be there.
Mm-hmm.
And we're planning on having a lot of fun. A lot. I don't know how much is too much.
No such thing.
Well, that's not true.
You had
I
to
mean,
quit drinking because you had too much fun.
yeah, but again, it's on a Friday. You know, sometimes we'd have to come back to work the next day.
Mm-hmm.
This time, no such thing.
I got nothing going on.
St. Patty's Day Friday is going to be a free-for-all.
That's scary.
What is?
A free-for-all. St. Patrick's Day on a Friday.
That's scary.
It's been 5 years since that's happened.
Yeah. And what happened the last time? Were there fires and was there pillaging?
Well, people can't conduct themselves like normally, like on St. Patrick's Day, and that's on a weekday. Like people call off work and they're hungover. So this is on a Friday where most people are like, "Oh yeah, I don't have to work tomorrow anyways." Oh,
Yeah,
it's
that's
going
fun.
down. Basement, it's going down.
I miss doing that 5K run. We're not doing that. That's part of the fun. You feel like you earned your boozing after that.
Well, just do a 5K then.
Yeah, go
I'm
run
not
a 5K.
gonna. No, I'm not going to do
said
it.
he must do 5K.
No, because we do
Run
it with
to
each
work.
other.
Run to work.
Mary ran. Doogie ran. I ran. That's part of the fun.
Doogie and I walked. It took us like 40 minutes.
You did it.
Wait, no. How long are 5Ks?
It took
3
you
miles.
longer than 40 minutes.
Yeah, it took us a long time.
Yeah,
it
but
took us
you,
like an hour.
But you did it, and it's fun. And then you get posted up and you start drinking.
It's usually when I get my gossip in.
That's when Poundcake was like. It was right before COVID, wasn't it? It was Poundcake was hanging on the 2020. He was hanging on the pole
yeah, he
at
was
the
pole
barley
dancing.
house. We were in the back of the barley house or whatever.
I got the video of you doing that.
Yes, you were. You were hanging upside down on a pole. I said, I got to get the hell out of here. Well, we all lying.
The video is on my Instagram.
I don't even remember that at all.
Nevertheless, I'm sure you don't remember it, but we do,
Was
and
I
so do our phones
Yes, you
because
were
the
drunk.
video.
It was like the very end of the bar crawl. You were all over the place.
Yeah, after one of those bar crawls, I went to another bar, met up with the girl there, and then we went into the back of the bar that had like a couch area, and we had sex in that couch area. It was a good St. Patrick's Day.
I went out with my sisters after that. I was sober. This is 2020. But I ate a lot of edibles that day. I remember that. I was still heavy into edibles at this point. I think I gave you some, Cody. Maybe that's why you were pole dancing.
Just eating an edible sends him up a pole.
That doesn't sound like me because I don't take edibles in crowded places.
They were caramels. I do remember that.
I don't know.
Homemade.
I don't remember dancing on a pole. I don't remember taking any edibles.
We'll show you the pictures.
The
in
video is literally on my Instagram.
And here's the problem. It's not like it's going to jog your memory if you see the video or the pictures.
yeah.
He's going to go, yeah, I still don't remember.
It was more of a post than a pole, so you know. It wasn't like...
What's the difference?
It was like
We
a
weren't
wooden
at a strip
post.
club, yeah.
No, but he was still trying to climb up part of the structure.
Oh, my God.
Doing spins and stuff.
Why didn't nobody stop me?
Because it was funny.
We were all drunk, too.
Stop you? Why would we stop you doing anything?
I don't know. It seems out of my character. Usually I'm
It
just
does? You're always causing problems. What are you talking
Why
about?
not? I just sit there, sip my booze.
That's what makes you so reliable is we can rely on you to
He's
start a
too
problem.
reliable.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah, I didn't know I was doing all that. Maybe I should sit this one out.
Yeah, maybe you should. I wouldn't worry about it. Well, listen, Poundcake hasn't decided if he's going to come down to the Clevelander to join us yet.
I didn't know.
Because, I don't know.
You're uninvited.
He doesn't want to be scaling any structures.
Yeah. I think the security to keep him out is the way to go.
Well, they just need to pull me down if I start climbing structures. I don't remember.
Why are you giving us work? We're going to be working already. We're going to be on the air. We're going to be having a good time. Why do we have to babysit you?
Because apparently I don't know what goes on. Apparently I get
blacks
drunk
out.
and I black out.
Yeah.
The fact that people were filming me and I'm like, hey, bitch, get this.
But you weren't hurting anyone. You were fine. It was harmless.
Was I in a kilt?
No.
Did I take the kilt off by
Have
this
you ever
point?
put on a kilt?
Yeah, I did.
Wouldn't you know if you were in a kilt?
This was the year that we ran, right?
Yeah, 2020.
Yeah.
Oh,
I had
you
a
ran
kilt.
in the... I see.
So I'm just probably flashing my skirt at people. Hey, look at me.
See, it's actually better if he doesn't remember because then he can create the situation however he wants it to be.
Because the thing is, I remember our St. Patrick's Day bar crawls, but they all meshed together. So I don't know which bar crawl was which because we did the 5K or 3K, whatever it was, for a couple of them.
Yeah.
And then we were with the morning show for a couple of them. And then a couple of them, it was just us. So I don't remember. They all just kind of mushed together.
Well, the last one we did before COVID was you climbing upside down on the post.
Okay. Well, I'll try
at the barley house in the back room.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, if you do show up a week from Friday, you'll have to top that.
Was I on an empty stomach? That sounds like something
How
I would do.
would we
I don't
know that?
I don't know. That sounds like something
I don't think so because we had food at the
Event.
At Dive
event.
Bar,
At
we had
Dive Bar,
food.
yeah.
There was like wraps and
Yeah.
stuff.
Okay.
You
And
didn't
you
have
know
a
what? Wait,
plate full
I-
of masticholi.
I think you did eat an edible. I think you ate an edible because there was food there. You were like, all right, I'm going to eat this edible, but then I might have a sandwich.
Bouncing off the walls, literally.
I'm trying to find the video because I remember I posted the video on your birthday, wishing you a happy birthday. I was like, look at this guy climbing up.
Damn Facebook memories. I hate it. I always want to. Remember this? Hanging upside down like a monkey. Okay, well, yeah, I won't do that this year. Or if I do, I will just make sure.
Listen, you do you, but I'm there to have a good time.
Me too. Clearly.
To work and to strike a balance between the two, because it's going to be a long day. If we're on the air at 10, I can't be blotto by noon. You know what I mean?
What time are we off?
7.
Oh.
He said, oh.
No, listen, people are going to be hopping in and out. People, you can, do whatever you want to do.
I'm just going to sit there, cross my legs, and go after I sip.
Well, provided you have a place to sit. It's going to be nuts to butts on St. Patty's.
I feel like there's a place for the broadcast.
Yeah, but
we
you
have
can't sit there. That's for us.
Well, that's probably why I sat on the pole.
Besides, you're doing, where do you work out?
Oh, Orange Theory Fitness.
You could just do wall chairs all day long.
Yeah, I can do the squat. I do have the thighs for that now.
There you go.
Yeah, you're right.
Work them thighs. You think you're worried about people buying you drinks? Wait till they see those thighs, son.
Yeah, okay, you got
Think about like, this cat never skips leg day.
Isn't it ironic the year that I would probably have a good time doing the 5K, the year we don't do the 5K?
Well, feel free to do one, like Bill said. I mean, you can still go out and do it, but it's more fun
Okay.
in a group of people.
I found the video. I'm going to post it on my Instagram and tag you, Cody. You are fully dancing on this pole, trying to climb it.
What?
And it's dark. It's like we're in like the back of a bar. And
Why are you so incredulous? Why do you think we're making this up?
I don't think you're making it up. I'm just surprised at myself.
I mean, surely I would think you would have seen the video right after the event.
I probably did, but I
Yeah.
don't remember.
March 7th,
This was-
2020.
He's blocked that one out.
This is 3 years
I
ago.
also have a video of Alan dancing. Not as good.
Yeah. AC likes to get his swerve on.
It was a lit night, if you will.
Uh-huh. Well, that was right before we left, I think.
You putting it on your story?
Yeah, I just sent it to the group also,
Okay.
in case anyone needs it for evidence or
Evidence.
whatever you might need it for.
Oh, it is
Right.
very dark.
It's really, yeah, I don't know why it's so dark, but you can see that
Yeah.
that's what he's doing.
If people look at the milk in a bag as breast milk in a breast, it's a lot easier to wrap their heads around.
That's an odd take. We were talking about why isn't milk sold in bags down here like it is in Canada and overseas. And I guess that girl's take is, if you just pretend that the milk in the bag is a breast, that'd be, I think for a lot of people, that would creep them out more.
The bag is a breast.
The bag is a breast.
By the way,
Drink it out of the bag. Yeah, well, yeah.
I have no pole skills whatsoever.
No, not at all.
Like,
Well, we knew that. I mean,
was
that
thinking-
wasn't the contention. The contention was that you did it.
Okay, yeah, it was such a short stint that I don't even remember doing that. Like, I'd probably do that at every bar I go to. I thought she was talking about I climbed up and like clinched with my legs and like did the little maneuver all the way
No.
down. I was like, wow, I surprised myself.
You weren't J-Lo and Hustlers, if that's what you were
That's
envisioning.
what I was thinking, J-Lo at the Super Bowl.
No,
You
no.
know? I was like, wow, I got some coordination. Usually I have
No, but
coordination when I'm drunk.
you were footloose and fancy free. What's the matter with that?
Having some fun.
Yeah, I probably will do that again. That's harmless fun.
He's like, okay, that one then, yeah.
Because I was
I'll
scared.
do
I'm
a
like,
little turn.
Because I know my friends. My friends have climbed up structures and hung from places, and we've gotten kicked out of the bars for that. And I was like, I didn't know I was conducting myself like an animal. So I was just surprised because I yell at my friends for that.
Yeah, but the best part is that everybody's drunk. So unless you're causing problems for the venue, people who are working there, and you weren't, it won't be an issue. Everybody will point and laugh and have some fun, and that'll be that.
Yeah, no, it'll be fine.
You know, my older daughter is down in Fort Lauderdale for spring break, and I've been texting and making sure everything's okay, and they're having fun. And Fort Lauderdale is just packed for spring break. And I told her, be careful. And then you know what I did? You know what I told her? Don't drink any random Borgs. So I'm trying to be down with the kids.
Bork, bork, bork.
Don't drink any random Borgs.
No Borg.
Right. But there are some schools, by the way, that are starting to tell people like, hey, lay off the Borgs. If you don't know the Borgs, these are the big campus drink now where they take the gallon jug and they fill it with half water, half vodka. They put some coloring in there, some Mio or something like that.
Energy drinks and some, what's it called? Like some electrolytes, stuff like that. Yeah.
And then you walk around with, you got to name it. You got to write the name on. You could be Soldier Borg or Justin Borgber, or you got to name it something. So I just told her, be careful. But there are colleges that are trying to tell people, hey, yo, like UMass, University of Massachusetts had an issue where like 28 ambulances got called to campus over the weekend because kids can't handle their high. Right.
Yeah. Hamburger.
That's a good one, too.
Hamburglar.
So
I just want to come up with names for Borgs now.
I don't know what this is.
It's short for blackout rage gallon. Everything, I guess, has to have rage in it. You got to be angry and rage.
Borg
is just it's just like a drink you make instead of doing like the big old garbage can of cheap alcohol. You make your own in a
in like a water
jug.
bottle. Oh, in a gallon.
People on campus already call it heart attack in a jug.
Right.
So listen, you know what you're getting yourself into. So for those of you who have been asking me,
Borgeron.
Hey, he's on the show next week. I'll ask him about
Borgstein
it. The Borgstein Bears.
Yeah.
Manda Borg.
Go ahead. Who?
Manda Borglian.
Okay.
Mandalorian? Is that what
I thought you said Amanda.
Yeah, Amanda Borglian. You don't know her? That's Poundcake's alter ego when he gets drunk.
UMass officials said they had never seen so many of these drinks before Saturday's big Blarney Blowout, which was their big St. Patty's Day celebration up there at UMass. And so 28 ambulances were called over the course of the weekend. They were like, hey, consuming this much alcohol is almost fatal. So just be cool. You know, your Borg, if you fill it half with vodka, half with water, you're not really helping yourself out by putting in some Gatorade.
Right.
That's really
Stay
not going to cut the
hydrated.
vodka. Yeah.
A couple squirts of Mio in there.
Right, yeah.
That'll be fine.
This gives it some color and some flavor, and it's got water and electrolytes, so I'll be fine.
See, we were the big mixed drink, like out of a trash can, just dunk your cup in it.
Jungle juice.
Jungle juice, or we would do like the big football Gatorade containers, like water jugs, the big orange ones, and we'd fill that. But I feel like even with that, you're only having a cup or two, maybe 2 cups, and you're so lit that you're not trying to drink a gallon of it.
Yeah,
Is this a challenge,
very ambitious.
This is why science is so important in education, right? To think that, well, sure, it's a half gallon of vodka, but I'm staying hydrated. Not really how it works. Because such a large quantity of alcohol is very, very dangerous. So it's, again, nobody wants to be the narc. But I felt compelled, and I tell my older kids this all the time. I say, it's just something I have to say to you. I know you know, but as your dad, I have to articulate it. I have to say it out loud. The words have to come out of my mouth and into your ears. So I have to tell you these things. And then you're going to go off and do whatever you're going to do anyway. But I didn't have that kind of college experience, so I always feel like I'm at a disadvantage when I kind of have these conversations with my older kids because they're doing stuff in school I never did in school. And so I'm like, look, flying without a net here. But just be careful. And no, don't drink any random Borgs. That was I was just trying to impart that to my daughter. while she's on spring break. I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, send a text to me, 35192. No Cavs tonight. The Corey Roddick Experience on the way at 6:30. We'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free